All right, good morning, everybody. We are live. Looks like my mic's a little bit loud today. We'll turn it down a crack. Cam G, what's up, my man? So let's just hop right into it. As I'm looking to post this stream real quick for these guys. So if we take a peek at the market so far, we can see that it really hasn't had much of anything. We had a little bit of a liquidation. If I pull up the overnight inventory, we can see, oops, I did it again twice in a row. We can see that, the overnight inventory really wasn't very dramatic in any direction, honestly. Um, it didn't really go too crazy. Morning, Trent. So we can see, yeah, overnight inventory for the most part. We take a look at the settle, right? Settles here at 69. Overnight inventory is 100% net long. Market opens up, immediately auctions against. The market did come up here above the open and got really no volume, right? And a very key thing today was when A period came down, it came right to the previous day's half back and then bounced up here. And it was a perfect short setup. It was a little trickery for the longs to get trapped up here, right? Trading off such a mechanical level. People that aren't tracking that half back from the previous day. It also happened to be the Globex low. So people who aren't tracking, references like that might have been fooled to the upside. Of course, we were ready for that. But overall, we're just starting to get below yesterday's value and starting to look for acceptance below yesterday's value. If you notice, though, on the bottom here, we did come down to about a little bit below 48, but we were getting a little bit of tapering starting to come up to the upside, right? You're starting to see kind of the chunk of volume, and so it's still okay for the downside since we still have these single prints here. But a close of these single prints, I wouldn't be surprised, just because maybe we're not going to get a bunch of range expansion leading into FOMC, or maybe till we get a little bit closer. Biden is on here, fairly soon, and we'll toss him on in a second because he is going to be talking about the economy. And so he might, what I'm kind of expecting is a little Biden pump and then a Powell dump, or a Biden dump and a Powell pump. It'll be kind of interesting to see what they try to get after today. See, I got it just stuck in my head all the time, man. It's just tough. Oh, and so Tommy, let me. This is what I was looking at. So when I'm looking at that balance low, so I was looking at the target. This morning when A period, and this is just on a daily scale. I'll change this to 30 minutes so we can compare it to the profile so far. So when I'm looking on a daily, I was looking on the daily, well, and then my TPO, of course, but I have identified this level, our balance low, because we have just hit it so many times. And if I wasn't looking at this 30-minute. Look at this. So we've hit it so many times, right? It's just been kind of that low level that we've came down and just touched so many times. So it just made sense as a target to the downside for me. It came close, but then wasn't able to get it. I still have two lots on short right now. If we keep losing this Jamie, my bad. If we keep failing to break that level and get below it, I'll just cut the trade, because there's good odds that today we just balance, right? There's really good odds for that. You see, we got a big this is almost the VPOC down here. You can see 20, the VPOC's actually like right up here, but I mean, this down here is pretty close. And this is kind of what we identified yesterday when we talked about how these buyers, and I didn't really get a chance to talk about it on the trade view. You can see here, you know, that people were buying this dip here, buying this dip at every time it came down. Like we got one time framing up, we popped early, it came back down, they bought it. Even M period came back down, they bought it again, and then just moved it back into value. The interesting thing is they did move price above the previous day's high, so above that T2 high, and that's where they ended up settling. But I mean, you can see this is just a B profile, right? So we're just getting pure liquidation. So until we get some follow through, and you can see a 45-degree angle starting to form off the bottom, which isn't great for the upside. So if we don't get some continuation soon, this is going to be that time where you're going to have to tell yourself, okay, you know, I gotta manage some risk and get out of this trade. But it does look like there's selling going on all over the market. Apple's getting pretty close to flipping to red. We'll just look at it. Microsoft is down 1.4, Google's down 1.7. Amazon just getting absolute smackarooski. Let's just take a peek at some of these charts while we're clicking through. You see Amazon getting a little smackarooski. Tesla, you know, Tesla actually still looks okay. You know, to be honest with you, Facebook looks better, right? After it had that breakdown, doesn't look like shit. Nvidia is getting clapped a little bit, and then also AMD, all the semis are getting clapped a little bit today, even after great earnings. Oh, I guess AMD recovered. AMD was going down for a second. Oh no, they are going down. I don't know why it's not showing it there. Yeah, AMD's getting fucking smacked. Yeah. No, it's because it's from yesterday. So, you know, it's interesting. And then if we look, you know, we smash this in. Look at the overall, right? Here's XLK technology just getting crushed, especially if we compare it to the previous day. Same thing for XLV. Healthcare is actually starting to get a pump coming back into yesterday's range. Financials looks pretty flat. XLY looking pretty down. XLY, I'm pretty sure, is consumer discretionary. XLC communication services was our strongest sector yesterday, is getting ready to break those lows from yesterday. Not really ideal. It's kind of just touching the bottom twice, so we'll see if it gets any continuation or if they just give up on it. Good morning, Peter. T2 is the 2 days ago, so that's what T2 just means, 2 days ago. We could change it. We could call it something else if it makes it easier. It's just that's what people call it, and that's what they called it in the army, like T plus 1, T plus 2. I fucking hate it. So if we want to call it something else, we call it D plus 1, D plus 2. So that just sounds kind of inappropriate. But you know, yesterday or 2 days ago, yeah. But I gotta type all that shit out, bro. You know how the word yesterday is just a complicated one. You know, so and then if we take a quick peek at the flex grid, you can see that the volume, pretty much all the downside, the breadth on the Nasdaq starting to pick up, but it's a pretty mixed bag so far, right? The advanced decline is down. Let's look at the ES here. The and this is just a 5-minute chart just to give us a longer look at rotations, excuse me. But we can see we're still kind of respecting this downtrend, tightening right in here to that 45. So I wouldn't be surprised if we crack the 45 and then get a nice rip up. And then, you know, that target for these buyers can be that 41.93, where they can actually, you know, gain some space and start targeting the 12, that 42.12 to 4200, and then up here that 42.50 to 42.68. Oh, is Biden on? He is on. All right, let me find him real quick. Oh no. I keep clicking out of the screen. That's the wrong screen. Ugh. What a commercial this is. Jesus. Oop.
Before, I'm a capitalist. I believe you should be able to make much money as you legally can, but just pay your fair share. There's no reason why a billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter. That's in sharp contrast to what today's Republican Party is offering. And if they hadn't put this in print, you'd think I was making it up.
It's talking about
Senator
taxes.
Rick Scott of Florida, United States Senator, who's leading the Republican National Senatorial Campaign Committee, released what he calls the Ultra MAGA Agenda. It's a MAGA agenda, all right. Let me tell you about this Ultra MAGA agenda. It's extreme, as most MAGA things are. It will actually raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom
Can you turn up
make
Biden?
less than $100,000.
Yeah, can you hear him?
Among the hardest hit,
There you go.
working families, kids with folks. Imagine you're a family of four and you don't pay,
Oh,
you
maybe
don't
I
make
need to turn it
enough
up
money
here.
to have federal taxes. You're not because you don't make enough money to pay them. You pay all your taxes, but you just don't make enough. And
Ultra
under this
MAGA
new
agenda,
plan,
let's
this
go.
tax plan, the Ultra MAGA agenda, while big
Trump's not even president, and they're
corporations
still
and
shooting at
billionaires
him.
pay
That's so
nothing
funny.
more, the
Look
working
at all the
class
volume
folks
coming in right here from about 61 to
It goes
52
further
in this
than
10-point range.
This
All the
extreme
volume's coming in
Republican
here. So a
agenda
break
calls for
above this,
Congress.
probably
Now,
get some
I'm not
backfilling
making this up
before
either. You
testing
gotta
this
really think about it.
upper side volume. Single prints are still going to
Requires
act as
a vote
resistance
if it
until
were to
we,
pass.
until we start
Every
to test
5
them.
years,
And also, I'm not really a
the
huge
Congress would
fan
have to vote
of
to
this D
reinstate
low coming,
or
being
eliminate
bought like kind of off the
Social
B.
Security, Medicare,
But a lot of
and
people
Medicaid.
trade this. It's
Social
called a
Security is
fractal.
something seniors have
right?
paid in for their whole life. And it has to be reauthorized.
They wait
Has
for
to be
this D bar to
reauthorized
close
every 5
higher
years.
than the C low, and then they buy it. So there could be an influx of buying
Again, it's hard
when
to
the
make
bar
this up.
closes.
But then again, it's a mega agenda. You know, meanwhile, millionaires and billionaires and corporations skate by. Imagine that. Just imagine that.
Love when
Looks
Biden
like the
It is
whispers.
giving the middle finger.
outrageous.
Looks
I've
like
offered a
what?
different plan. A plan rooted in
It looks like
American
the market's
values of
giving the middle
fairness and
finger down there.
decency. Wealthy
It
folks and
does.
corporations will pay a little more.
Fuck your 45.
Billionaires will have to pay a minimum tax. And again, most importantly, no one making less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We're going to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, not put it on the block every 5 years. Let me remind you again, I reduced the federal deficit. All the talk about the deficit from my Republican friends, I love it. I've reduced it $350 billion in my first year in office. And we're on track to reduce it by the end of September by another $1.5 trillion, the largest drop ever. I don't want to hear Republicans talk about deficits and their ultra MAGA agenda. I want to hear about fairness. I want to hear about decency. I want to hear about helping ordinary people. The bottom line is that for decades, the trickle-down economics has failed.
That Biden's live right now?
Income and equity
Yeah, I
grew
think
to
so.
historic levels under the Republicans.
I can't find
The
it.
mega Republicans, the MAGA Republicans.
Just click on YouTube, and then there's a, like a scroll down normally on the left side that
This
says live,
type
and
of
click on
growth
that, and then
economy,
that's how I
from the
found it.
bottom up and the middle out. Because here's the deal. When the poor have
It's
a
on
lot of wealth
Josh's
and
channel.
middle
He's
class
playing it.
grows,
I'm
the
sure
wealthy
he's always
always
playing the
do
fucking
very well. They do very
political
well.
stuff. Anything that will affect the market. Really.
That's what this is about. That's what this is about. Everybody doing better.
Hello,
And so I want you to understand, again, first year, $350
It just makes it so much
reduction in
better. He's
deficit.
just like,
This year,
listen.
$1.5 trillion. It's going to bring some relief. Thank you. I take a few questions quickly.
May I ask you a question about sanctions? The EU, about sanctions against, or about further sanctions in Europe?
Watch this
The European
4150
Union today
here.
announced
This is kind of the
sanctions
level we're
against
looking
oil,
for the
Russia.
reaction. This is
What's
what
the
I
next
thought,
round
you know, kind
for
of
the
is like a
US?
weak
And
low.
also on a separate
I mean,
issue, what's
down
the
to a very
next step
mechanical
on
spot of
abortion
B.
once this case gets settled?
I want to ask about deficits, huh? I
got
want to make
one
sure
of
it's
those.
going to get covered. Okay, here we go. I'm going to answer those two.
Not a ton of
questions.
volume coming in down here, to be honest
With
with you.
regard to the
It's
additional
looking,
sanctions, we're always open to additional
Kind of
sanctions.
weak. Not a lot of
And I've been in
seller activity
consultation
coming
with
in.
Speaking with the members of the G7 this week about what we're going to
There we
do
go.
or not do.
Get some
Number one.
selling.
Number two, what was the second one? You want, look,
The second one was on abortion.
as I said when I,
Just 3 more points. That's all I want. So that's
on this
almost
hill, as I
asked.
was getting on the plane to go down to Alabama.
One tick
This
shy
is about a
of
lot
that
more
C
than
low.
abortion.
There it
I hadn't
goes.
read the
One
whole
tick
opinion.
below it now.
But this
Seller's
reminds
starting
me
to
of the
come in.
debate with Robert Bork. Bork believed the only reason you had any inherent rights was because the government gave them to you. If you go back and look at the opening comments with Bork Biden when I was questioning him as chairman, I said, I believe I have the rights that I have, not because the government gave them to me, which you believe, but because I'm just a child of God. I exist. I delegated by joining this union here to delegate some obligation, some rights I have to the governments for social good. So the idea that somehow there is an inherent right.
Well, there is a
There
buyer
no
down
right in
here.
privacy,
We're kind of
that
seeing
there
them,
is no
kind
right.
of seeing them
Remember
show
the
up here.
debate you don't remember, but we had a debate about Griswold versus Connecticut. There'd been a law saying a married couple could not purchase birth control in the privacy of their own bedroom and use it. Well, that got struck down. Griswold was thought to be a bad decision by Bork, and my guess is the guy's on the Supreme Court now. What happens if you have a state changes the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children? Is that legit under the way that the decision is written? What are the next things that are going to be attacked?
I like that. Is that legit?
Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
You said he was arguing with his wife. Must not be having a good trading day.
Mr. President, how can you combat it?
No, he I don't know. I forget what it was. I wasn't really paying attention, but it was like he didn't take in the garbage or something stupid like that. Like something ridiculous.
That's it, huh? Quick, short and sweet right there for Biden. He's out. So let's see if we get this Biden dump or we get a Biden pump from here. Just said peace out.
Time since 2016. The Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt.
Someone's headphones are playing in my headphones. I don't know who that is, but it'd be dope if you mute your mic. And tell the methverse out. So sellers keep trying the low, but there's just a buyer down here, you know, trying to lurk. Getting a little bit of support. Still with the one-time framing down here. Single prints above. Range extension continues. You know, this reminds me a lot of Monday. When we had this kind of grind down. Can you? You know what I mean? I don't know if I can. I never tried. I mean, he's old as fuck and he's doing his best. I mean, that's the man in charge for now. So, you know, I'm just kind of scared that everyone's gonna get on welfare and never want to come off, and then you know, they're just gonna be, you know. I believe in the government helping the people, but once the people become dependent upon the government, it's scary, because naturally in human nature, it's normal to abuse power. And so if you have full control over somebody, and by control, I mean that they need you, you know what I mean? It can get a bit hairy. Or dangerous. So you know, it's kind of weird. There's just a lot of debt going on. You know, Biden was talking about today that he's lowering the debt, but you know, the debt is just going up exponentially, I feel like, at this rate. So something's got to give. It'll be interesting to see what Powell says today about the rates. It'll be, I mean, the market's probably going to just go mental, especially if he hits us with a little three rate hike. Oh, Bitcoin had a little bounce overnight, huh? I didn't even notice. All the way back up to our 39,136, and then just a little rejection. Back above the weekly VWAP though. super thin on the way up for the most part.
What?
He said there's more growth this quarter than any other quarter in
Then
decades.
in the last in the last 4 decades, yeah, in the last 40 years.
Well, yeah. I mean,
don't
if
know
you
what
think about it, the way that, see, and that's the thing, is like a lot of these stats that people just fucking smash out into the internet are just misinterpreted because they're one single data point, and so they don't take into correlation of everything else. Like, yeah, this might have been the biggest gain in a single quarter, but you have to think about the prices of things are so much higher than they used to be, so they're probably just taking the dollar amount and saying, oh well, it's because, you know, this is so much, you know, this is so much more money. But in comparison, you know, it's just like people steal statements, one lines. Like you make all these statements, let's say as a politician, and then they pick the one line that makes you look like shit in between a bunch of other lines, and it's taken out of context, and then they smack it on top of fucking CNN, and they're like, boom, racist. Or they do it on Fox, and they're like, boom, racist. You know, I don't want to single out any single news network, but you know, they all do it. And that's just kind of more. Maybe we should expect to move down. Lord MacGyver, are you talking futures or crypto? What's up, Double R? Yo, Double R. I forgot. I literally had your stuff like on my desktop and meant to go through it. Because I figured out how to screenshot it, send it to my tablet. That way I can actually like, take notes on it, so I can have your like your actually trade and then look at the chart, and I can make the notes on the chart, send you a screenshot of the chart. Just remind me, because I forgot to do it on Sunday when I wanted to. And remember guys, like if you send me something and I don't respond, just send me a message. It's not gonna, I'm not gonna get annoyed by like hey, you know, can you check my stuff? That doesn't make me, I don't get like that. Yeah, I don't get pestered. I just forget. I just got a lot of, like, my brain just, you know, once it gets into a rabbit hole, I've got to find the bottom of it, and then, you know, I just start digging and digging, and, you know, once you're in a hole, you can't see anything else. You can always just keep digging, so. Go and read what is written, and if you like it, tell me. The Trader's Lounge. Selling coming in here. The sellers are trying again at this low and not having any success. Starting to frustrate me. Selling in the weighted sector seems to be picking up as Apple is getting pretty close to flipping to red, but not really seeing what we want to see yet. And Apple's kind of bouncing off the low the last couple of minutes. Uber and Lyft got smacked today as well. We were talking about it in the Discord. Uber not as bad as Lyft, but you can see the gap down. Is it LYFT? Yeah. you know, Lyft had just a massive gap down and just absolutely just getting, you know, smacked, right? And if you haven't seen that show, especially if you used to drive for one of those companies, Uber or Lyft, check out that show. It's called Super Pumped. It's on Amazon. It's a really fucking cool show. Oh, your S&P and BTC in the longer time frame? Yeah, I'm kind of expecting a move lower also, to be honest. And really what I'm looking for, larger time frame. We look at the ES here on the daily, is this volume thing. Okay, so if we look at the S&P on the daily, we can see we kind of had that tail that surged below. So now we have a newer swing low. I guess I can erase this out on this one in a minute. And so kind of what I'm looking at here is a lot of times when the market gets too short, it has to rally before it can break. So today, if we break the previous day's low, you know, all the buying was here at this at Friday's low. So we had, this is Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Remember, on Friday, all that buying was at that Friday low. And then again, on Monday, there was a bunch of buying there. They released. Some buyers eventually stepped in here, and the market rallied back up. But below that, you know, it puts this area back into the realm of possibility. And if we pop open the bigger chart and switch to a daily on the ES, we have this gap down here, and this is really, you know, kind of what I'm looking at. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this for now. It's just a really steep trend that I want to watch throughout the day, but you know, there's this gap down here, and it would make sense to me if volume doesn't, you know, come in here or come in around that 75 area to come down into this gap. And what I would love to see, and this is just me being an opportunist and more of a bias, is for it to come in this gap and not fill this gap, and just retail just to fucking just short the shit out of it, thinking that the gap's gonna fill and get trapped, and then just, you know, one of these guys. Not that it will happen, and you know, we're still holding that balance low. So in reality, we are looking for acceptance above or below, and you know, I'd like to, you know, I'd like to see really just a decision. I honestly don't really care either way. I just more have a leaning downside bias, just because of the overall trend, right, is obviously down. If we look,
What is that gap from?
it's from, I gotta go back farther. It is from,
Like the beginning of April last year.
yeah, April 2021. Yeah, the market gapped up overnight and never looked back, and hasn't been back down there to test it, you know, close to it here last May, about a year ago, and now, you know, we're getting back down to it. What's scary though, you know, when we have a gap like that, because gaps do act as excess, and you've got to think about this when we're looking at it on a larger time scale.
But why would it matter from that long ago?
What do you mean it's a gap?
Right, but well,
So think about it like this, right? So we had, gaps are basically excess. So anytime we see a gap, we know that the, you know, depending upon which way the gap is, it's going to be a spot that they look to hold. So imagine if you had been getting long, and there's a bunch of other people that are shorting. Well, this is where they gave up, right? And so you had a bunch of capitulation, pull back test the gap. Buyers were still there to initiate, and the market rallied to all-time highs off of that. Yeah, there might have been a couple pullbacks, but you know, for the most part, the trend really was just straight up. And now volatility is increasing, and we're pulling back down to that area. So it becomes the first kind of market structure on a larger time scale to become tested, right? And so gaps in the market are traditionally utilized as support or resistance, kind of like we would use single prints, you know, similarly or how we would treat an excess, right? So like this excess here on the low, if we don't come back down and break this low, and this market comes here and closes, you know, unless it's closing on a spike, but if it closes here and can't break the low, to me that says long. But you know, I'm not always right. So, but yeah, I mean the gap's still, it's still there because the market looks to fix stuff. So it would make sense to come back down into the gap. We have that structure, that 4,000, and for people to buy in. And then also, if you think about it from a competition perspective, you know, like I said, those buyers had been, these buyers had been, where's my pen at? Come on. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, whatever. You know, buyers been buying up, and then sellers had started to come in, weren't able to get on the first test. It rallied high. They got a little bit too short. We're coming back down there. That's kind of their ticket. And this is where it becomes a little bit tricky when we come into things like this, because what happens is you'll get responsive buying, right? And that responsive buying is could be, you know, it could be a combination of new money moving up to buy, and it could be sellers buying their positions back. And that's why it'll be so important here to monitor for continuation, because if it does fill that gap, there's a lot more downside in the market. And I've alluded to this, like where I think that the market has good odds to come back down to is, and I know this is a wide range, I think like maybe 3,700 to 3,500 makes sense. You know, not that it will come down that low, or I'm gonna, you know, buy some long puts to get down to that level, but just something that I've been observing structurally that would make sense, you know, in order to get continuation to the upside. E period's opening up here. Let's see if they're going to go after that low and continue this one time framing to the downside. It's looking like they want to. Sellers getting busy on the low, unable to break so far. Only 72 contracts trade on that low tick for now. Pretty weak low, if I'm saying. What's your target, Lord MacGyver, on Bitcoin in the longer time frame? Yes, double R. If the gap fills, oh, finally, thank God. All right, 45 hit. Morning Wints. So if the gap fills and it comes back above the gap and starts to hang out above the gap, you know, then there's some opportunity for some longs down there. But you know, risk has to be managed big time. Buyers are stepping up here down at the 45, right? That makes sense. That's why we were looking for the 45 to take our trade off. We might keep getting downside. I closed my last two trades at that 45. I'll wait for a pullback and try to get back in. If it keeps going without me, it keeps going without me. What can you do, you know? But not a bad trade. The first short I had today was from 74 quarter above the open. So and just keep letting it ride. I imagine we might see a bit of a bounce here, but well, sellers are trying it. It just seems like it seems like this is a good spot or a smart spot for sellers to cover. And remember, on days like this, we're inside yesterday's range, right? So yeah, just because we're below balance and we're showing acceptance or one time framing down, we still have to remember our balance rules. That's why I didn't post much levels in the trade view last night, because I want you guys to focus on that balance that we're currently in. And it starts with a daily, right? So the balance starts with the daily and then moves on to the weekly and the monthly. And so as we're getting below this 45, we're breaking below that balance zone that we've kind of discovered. And this is where it becomes important to monitor for that continuation, right? And then we have that 12-month trading range lows all the way down at 40.51. So watch for buyers to show up down here at this A low, this prior day low. It seems like a spot that you could see some short covering and then, you know, possible little bounce. You are getting some volume down here. That's for certain. But that low tick only had 76 contracts traded on it. The fuck. Apple's just about to go red. It's up 0.2 right now. Little continuation there. So we're almost down to that A excess. And this is where we need to monitor here for continuation to see if buyers are going to step up. This would be kind of the area you expect buy stops to come out. So sellers buying their positions back and taking profit. The tempo's been, you know, a grind slower pretty much since C period. You know, we had kind of a little bounce in C period. We opened up on some singles, got, you know, the market got stuck, moved it down. And so it's been kind of a grind. Volume steadily moving down here. Let me take a peek at the volume overall throughout the day. Does BTC and ES seem to have less correlation? It does. Yeah, I mean, yesterday it was pretty correlated because Bitcoin started to take a shit, and then the market started to come down, and Bitcoin actually let us down yesterday, which was interesting. That was like right before we got off stream, right? Bitcoin started to drop. We started talking about a short, and then, you know, the market ended up going. I thought it was only going to come back down. I thought that pullback was going to be from 60 to 65. That K period ended up coming all the way down to 47 yesterday. So coming back down close to that balance low before rallying back up. I got out at 60, so not really into I'm into following my trade plan, you know what I mean? So like sometimes there's opportunities for continuation, and if I'm set up to have the runners, but if I didn't put on a big enough position to take the runners, then I just take profit. I'd rather take profit and, you know, see the move play out and just watch it, or, you know, then try to hold on to a position and just, like, you know, go for the gold. And I'm flat right now. Like I said, I closed my short. This is not an area where I want to keep riding it. I closed it at 45. Actually, I closed at 45.75 the last short when I clicked flat, and I got a little bit of slippage there, which has been happening to me lately. And I sent an email to stage 5, and I'm like, yo, if I keep getting slippage, I'm gonna fucking drop you guys. Because I mean, 3 ticks is not, you know, it's not anything crazy, but still, that's still 3 ticks. Those are my 3 ticks.
Three ticks slippage, that's like a lot, right? I mean, 3 ticks is.
Well, the market's pretty volatile right now, and I'm not like I just clicked the flat button, so
That's normal then?
It's just because of the volatility. Somebody's volume's on again in my background. Sarah Binsky, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, no matter where you're at. Oh yeah, I mean we could look at it here. Watch. If we click the ES on here, just do a little comparison real quick. Does that work? No. This bad boy. Whoa, 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 whoa. What in the fuck is happening right here? Can't move this chart. Ah! Bro, what is going on?
I think it's because it's on percentage. If you click on the scale on the right hand side and change it from percent to price.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Thank you. Oh yeah, because the Bitcoin's gonna be big. What we can do real quick is go like this, and then we have the S&P here. Kind of compare side by side. Get rid of this comparison so it's not all fucked up. Let's look here. And remember, Bitcoin trades 24 hours a day. So if we really want to compare, we need to look at the Bitcoin futures. And if you look, there is a negative correlation, or a kind of an inverse correlation, but it just seems like things are delayed. So here's the 22nd, and you can see it's on the same spot over here, no matter where my clicker's at. But I mean, we were up high, we came down, right? Came down, and this is when Bitcoin didn't make that same low that the ES made until the next day. And then now it kind of seems like they're caught back up, right? Because they're back in top of structure. So you kind of had this sell-off yesterday in Bitcoin where the ES just had that small pullback, right? You went from 38,000 yesterday all the way down 37, but then the retracement was 100%. And now we're back, Bitcoin breaking out of the top, but the ES well, the ES is starting to bounce now, right? We kind of expected this, up above 50 now, but for the most part, they're right at the top of structure. For the most part, the ES is right at the top of the structure. I would say they're pretty much staying fairly correlated for the most part. But there is definitely times where you see Bitcoin decouple from there. Yeah, the ranges are still correlated, and that's why it's nice sometimes when Bitcoin starts to lead the charge, and you kind of see Bitcoin's leading the charge again here, but to the upside. We were looking at yesterday when Bitcoin started to break the lows of the day, the market started to look weak, and then boom, it's really started to go down. Oh, you live in France? Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Well, good afternoon. We got a bunch of French people in here. Yeah, it's like a market order, Alex. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I just wanted to, so I closed one at 45, and then I was just kind of watching for that continuation, didn't give it to me, so I just clicked flat, and then it went down a couple more points, but patience got in my way. Healthcare still is looking pretty strong here. The ES is starting to catch a little bit of a bounce. Industrials looks okay. Consumer discretionary looks like shit. Staples looks like crap. Financials doesn't look too bad so far, and neither does consumer staples. So there is, I mean, there is some buy stops that probably got activated, and this is, this is something that I want you guys want you guys to be keying in on, is some of these opportunities right here, right? I mean, this is, this thing came, almost 10 points off the low. There's definitely opportunity inside of that if you're able to identify it, like we did. And if you can just be patient and wait for these trades to come and identify them, there's opportunities all the time. Just a matter of waiting. That's the toughest part, honestly, is like, you're like, I mean, a perfect example is my first short today. The market came down straight to half back and then started to rally, and I wanted to as soon as it tapped that, I was like, this thing's going, I'm shorting. I was patient, waited till it got above the, I mean, it rallied a little bit farther than I thought it was gonna, but it came right to yesterday's point of control, and volume just kind of started to shut off, and I was able to jump in there a little bit. I got in below the open, I think I got actually above the open too. Where was that short at? Short was at 77.75 was the first one, and then I added 74, added 71, added 63, added 54, and then closed them all down at 45. Well, not all of them, but closed them, periodically on the way down. But that was only adding to a winning trade right there. That's all that was. I wouldn't normally be rocking 6 slots in a trade unless it was already winning. And remember, we're one-time framing down. I don't really like this E high. It seems pretty mechanical, but we are one-time framing down still. We have single prints above, so the move is definitely not long. If you did get long, that's a fade. The fade worked, right? I like a good fade trade because typically on a fade trade, you can get a tight risk management. So if you lose the trade, it's not really, not really going to be devastating. But as we're auctioning back up and we're kind of seeing a little half pipe form, right? And this is a new term that we're going to have to bring to the market profile when I rewrite the market profile study guide book, which I'll need some help. So if anyone's English major, I've been using a fucking Microsoft Word, does kind of like grammar fixes, and but you know what, I've been reading in a lot of books, a lot of psychology books, and it says a lot of times people try to explain information in a complicated manner to make it seem more important than it actually is, when in reality real information can be constructed in any manner. It doesn't need to be in MLA format or what did we write in the army? I can't even remember that stupid ass format for writing, but there's like these specific ways they want to see these papers written. But if the information is there and it's correct, it really shouldn't matter how it's articulated. It should really just matter if the information is good information. If not, you can put a bow on a bag of shit, and guess what? It's still a bag of shit, Oh, fuck. I got my book yesterday. And I got a new book yesterday, so I wanted to read I've read the book before, but I just ordered the hardcover. The hardcover, because I'm gonna build a library. I feel like that's kind of cool when we move. So I gotta buy all these books I've read, build a library of books that I've read. So, but there's a lesson in this book that I wanted to find. And it was here. And so the book is called The Daily Trading Coach, written by Steenbarger, who's good. There's a lot of good lessons in this book. And it's nice to have a hard copy of this book now because I can take notes in it. But anyway, so there's a portion of the book that says, and this is back on journaling, and you guys know how I love journaling. It says, consider a portion of your journal devoted solely to research, developing and tracking new trade ideas. Right? Continuously search and research for trade ideas as market conditions change. What is working in the current market environment? Which stocks are moving? Which patterns are showing up? Journal about the markets as well as about your trading to help you anticipate opportunity. Right? So if you're looking throughout a lot of other, like, you know, as we look at things like this, where's my mouse? As we're looking at things like this and we start to see, you know, some of these other markets start to turn up, right? We start to anticipate a little bit of an up move. And so when you're journaling about this and you start, you know, saying like, oh, you know, maybe you journal about, you know, a couple stocks, maybe about just the FANG stocks, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Tesla, Facebook, Netflix, right? You just say, oh, these stocks they were looking strong today. If they continue to look strong tomorrow, there's good odds that the market go up. Where's a good opportunity for me to be a buyer? If these markets continue, and you can use this correlation in your trading journal and to track as you go forward, right? Of course, if you don't have a trading journal, that's not going to be possible. And so, you know, if you don't have a trading journal, you should buy this book and then smack yourself in the fucking face with it until you decide that that's not very much fun, and then go buy a little folder and just write trading journal on the front of it and then just journal in it. Even if you write, I mean, just write in it. That's what will get the brain flowing, the juices flowing, and it will, I promise you, it will help, right? Jim Dalton talks about, if you cannot express what you want to do in the trading day in paragraph format, then you have no business participating in the trade, right? So if you can't get in that journal and you can't write down anything but numbers, and you don't have any specific ideas, then you should not be trading. You should just, you know, be observing.
I want to add my testimony to that.
Oh,
Because I've been, I'm horrible about journaling. Like in general, I've been ever since I was a kid. You know, your grandma kept a journal, your mom keeps a journal. You should keep a journal so your family can read about your life. I'm just like, I don't do that. I can't do that. I hate doing that. Whatever. But in all honesty, and we talked about this like about a month or however so long ago it was. And you said that. You said, unless you can put your trade plan in paragraph form so that somebody else can read it and understand what your thought process is, you don't know what your thought process is. You have numbers on paper. Go back and look at it tomorrow. Tell me what you were thinking. You can't do it. So, and to add to that, my success ratio has gone through the roof. It's night and day. And so I hate journaling. I don't like doing it. I try to do my trade plan in the evening. And if I don't, I do it in the morning. And if I don't, I read yours. And, and then, you know, I come up with my own game plan. But if you don't, seriously, if you don't have a written game plan, you don't really know what you're doing. You're guessing at what you're doing. So I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there.
yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. And that's awesome to hear that you know, since you've started journaling, it's been assisting your trading. It makes it easier to fall back on, because it really is so hard to remember what you were thinking back then in the moment, right? And so, like, I'll even read you what I wrote down this morning. So I wrote down for May, short trade as volume got weak above the open with the mechanical low of the A period off yesterday's half back, looking to test the balance low of 41.45. Buyers seem to be buying the 78, but with no follow through. That's literally what I have written down on my notepad, right next to my desk, and that was my trade today. And I mean, if that's the only trade I take today, then, you know, no big deal. Like I followed what I wanted to do. The trade set it up. I wrote this down and then took the trade. And that's another thing too, is when you're journaling, it seems so tedious, and you're like, fuck, I don't want to write down every trade I take. Well, you're probably fucking over trading then. You know what I mean? If you're taking so many trades that you don't have the time to write them down, you're probably over trading. And so the journal, you know, I mean, it's going to help because you're going to be writing down your thoughts and ideas, but it also can help with patience. You know, I'm a big fan of fidget spinners, or like these poppets now that my kids have everywhere around the house. Something that can keep your hands busy So you're not just, trying to click in all the time. The market is literally designed to try to throw us off. Oh, to swing it here, swing it there, to get us to buy into whatever they're selling. But remember, we've got to be patient, just like a market, right? Do we want to pay $1,000 for this TV? I mean, think about the TV prices. And I honestly I haven't bought a TV, like a regular house TV in a long time. But my wife and I were at Target, well, a couple days ago, maybe Monday or Sunday, I can't remember, but there's fucking 75-inch TVs there for like $350, and they were Samsung. I'm like, God damn, can you imagine? Even just 5 years ago, these 75-inch Samsung TVs are selling for easy $1,000. And so you get on the hype train, and when these bigger TVs first came out, because they're relatively new, these gigantic 60, 75, 80-inch TVs, like within the last 10 years, the technology got advanced. Now the TVs weigh nothing and they're cheap because they're easy to produce. The cost of TVs might go up with, we see the aluminum or whatever it's called, becoming more expensive or more scarce for the conduction of electricity and stuff, and copper and everything. But it's the same idea. The market tries to get you hyped, and they're like, oh, look at these big ass TVs, and you see all these ads, and then your friend has one, you're like, fuck, I need one. Thing is sick. Right? When I went to Jared's house, Jared's got I think it's an 80-inch like OLED. He has a really nice fucking TV. And I was like, damn, this thing is clean, right? And then I looked him up online, and I was just like, I don't really need it. More of just a want. But Jared utilizes his TV a lot. He fucking loves that thing. But I mean, I'm glad that you said that, Pop, because it really will. It really will help. So look at this bounce. I guess we should have took that long, huh? What a fucking mistake this turned out to be. But the key part is the identification, right? The key part is that we are able to identify that these buyers were coming in down here, and we wanted to just get out of our short position before we got, this gigantic retracement and gave up some of our gains. Still separated, still double distribution separation here until we close these single prints to the upside. I won't be surprised if they close with leading into the FOMC. And I'll probably end up streaming all day today. I'll probably just start working out here in about an hour, and then the meeting will be on at 11. So the meeting's on in about 2 hours now. Yeah, Apple took a nice little pump there. Apple was almost back to flat. We switch over here. And Apple's looking to break out over the high here today too. So you can see Apple here took out its low of the day and is now rallying all the way back towards the high. Starting to see some names switch to green too. Market's still hanging out in balance though. Anybody watch basketball? I'll have to take the lad to martial arts class. All right, Double R, have fun. Tell him kick some ass.
Yeah. Game 2 tonight.
What's that?
I said, let's go Heat. Game 2 tonight.
Oh, are you a Heat fan? Yeah, I'm actually rooting.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for the Heat too. I really like Jimmy Butler. You know, it was cool that him being a superstar that he is chose to go to a young team to lead that young team, and he's doing such a good job. And I mean, he doesn't really, you know, when you ask a lot of people that aren't that you know that watch basketball that aren't really basketball fans, like who's on the team, you know, they don't even know. They're like, I don't know who is on that team. And even my wife included, she's a big sports fan, and you know, she didn't even know who's on the team. I'm rooting for the Heat. I mean, I'm rooting for the Warriors to win, but you know, I do like Jimmy Butler. There's a lot of good names. I'd like to see Jimmy Butler win a championship. What's up?
So I went to Chili's the other night, and I had to ask them to put the game on. They had like 25 TVs, and none of them were playing the Phoenix game.
Oh dang. Yeah, that's one I'd like to see. I'd like to see Jimmy Butler win the championship or Chris Paul. You know, Chris Paul. I mean, when you talk about point guards, I mean, he's led so many teams to, you know, deep in the finals and to elite levels. He seems like such a dickhead on the court, which he probably is, and that you know, that puts people off. But you can't blame him, you know. Timberwolves guy, Alex? Jimmy Butler. What has a picture frame? Oh, a TV that. Oh yeah, a TV that looks like it. Yeah, I mean, I want to get. Watch FP real quick. See if they can get some continued buying here. So we saw, you know, we saw some responsive buying. We saw some short covering here. We weren't able to close those singles, so that lets us know that we haven't seen buyers really initiate to take price higher to close this double distribution. But you know, let's see what they try to get after here. Yeah, what I'd like to do on my new house is put a mount like on these swing arms, kind of like my computer monitors are on, so we're able to like pull the TV out from the wall or push it in or turn it at an angle, things like that. Somebody's mic is on. I had to mute you, Kevin. Your mic is loud. So we're just getting some settling here as they're trying to figure out what they want to do. Remember, the trend is still down. This E high seems fairly mechanical, kind of sold off that C high, but it is in single prints as well. Only 19 contracts traded on that high tick. But if we look here, you know, 1,000 contracts traded up here towards the high on that 62.5. So there was a little bit of interest there, and that might have been these sellers, you know, flushing in to get short late, which makes me think that this spot might be a little bit weak. So that'll be important to monitor, and it's pretty close to half back as well. So just an important spot to monitor here, the 62.50, I think. If you get back up there, you might see some more short covering that closes that distribution to the upside. To the downside, you'll be looking for 52.50 most likely. That's the spot that these sellers are going to be looking to try to take price back below.
So now that your first trade's written, like finished up, because mine just did as well. Like I took a short off the C high and kind of
Nice.
wrote it down a little bit. how are you about, like, how often are you switching it? Because, you know, part of me is thinking like, well, if those singles hold for a while, that could come up again. We're kind of ranging now. We haven't taken yesterday's low out. These second moves are sometimes what get me a little bit, like redeveloping the plan as we go through the day.
So the best thing to do is, I mean, it's a tough one here because I'm not really a huge fan. I mean, that was a good short, good, and I mean a good identification too. It's just this, if we do go up there and test it a second time, I doubt it's going to hold. So I wouldn't really want to fade that or to short that. But basically what we're looking at is in this inside day. So I'm just looking for the market to get up here and for buying to shut off again and short from up here, or the same idea now. Now that we've came down and kind of established this excess higher, I want to treat this as support. And if we start to get down, probably I would say, zoom in a little bit. Let's see where there's a volume. The volume kind of comes all the way down. So, I mean, in reality, if we come down towards this value area low, you can see where volume just kind of falls off. There's 5,000 here, and then just kind of starts to just give away. If we start to get down in this area, I'd like to try maybe a possible long and using this D low as a spot where I expect buyers to step in again, kind of like we had in C originally, right? And that would be the look for the fade. And then to the upside, it would be kind of the same idea. Somewhere up here. As long as we're below the open, I really would rather wait for a pop and try to short these pops than to try to buy the low. But that's kind of how that next step would go. And there's still opportunity here, right? Even if this thing comes down and breaks that E low, but isn't able to take out that prior day low, there's going to be opportunity down there as well. And so really it's just a matter of staying busy until we get out of the danger zone, which is this zone here, which is, a lot of times, 1 second. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, what the fuck's going on here? Hello? Hey. Yeah, no, I can. Bueller. No, it's a joke. Yeah. Skip my sister's wedding. Did take a fit. Thank you. Yeah, you ruined my joke. Don't ruin my jokes. All right, well, I'll see you when you, okay, I'll see you when you get home. All right, love you too. Bye. All right, guys. But so, I mean, a thing that you could do as well is split these here, either mentally or on your profile, and then just treat this B high as excess. So if it comes up, look for price to fail, and you can see how thin it is here. We have a little bit of thinness on the bottom. This is pretty thin here because you see the volume kind of stop right here. A little bit of tapering. So really what we'd like to see is if price comes down, you want to see, a little bit of a ramp form volume wise, but not lower, right? Once you start to get these chunks of volume a little bit lower. Oh, who's mic is that?
Trump billionaire and the like, but he tries to make this about the economy.
No, Kevin, your mic is
I'm representing the majority.
We'd like to see a chunk of volume form to taper off. Kevin, you gotta stop unmuting your mic, my man. It's too loud. Or stop playing whatever you're playing in the background. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're waiting for, is just waiting for that opportunity, especially on a day where we are fairly balanced, and oh shit, I do. We are fairly balanced. The trick is that we are still looking at this B profile shape, right? So we're still looking at just pure liquidation, and that makes me kind of afraid of getting short in these single prints, especially off the second test, as I think that we, definitely could pop them, and I don't want to get caught in that shit. And we're starting to see, we're starting to see a little bit, especially if we smash it down, right? If I had to guess, I would say that's a 45-degree angle, and that sellers might be fucking trapped. And the move might just be from this point of control to the high above the open. So remember,
That makes sense.
This is off of yesterday's point of control. So that could be, mechanical. So many if ands and thens, but yeah. Hopefully that was
Brad,
a little bit helpful. Yeah. What's up?
Does it matter how that 45 forms?
No,
because we were one time framing down. So that's my question.
Nope.
So, okay.
It does not matter. Yeah, and that's the market profile trying to trick you, right? So you're seeing each time frame make a lower, but we're not getting a liquidation break. You know what I mean? So like typically when price is making this lower, you've got people buying the dip. That's what natural human instinct is to do, right? Buy things that are on sale. Well, then eventually, if it is gonna happen, there should be another break, and then we should have formed some single prints down here. This E period should turn into single prints. But we rallied all the way back above volume. So if these sellers, I think if these sellers were gonna reoffer, this would be the spot that they would try to get short. That value area low at 56 would have been a decent spot. They're still maintaining these singles, and until they take those singles back, we still use them as resistance. But just on the second test of them, I'm not the biggest fan. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. We zoomed it out, but if you were to draw like a 45-degree angle, you still got all this space down here. Even if the market keeps going like this, it's still giving us this B shape, which is just a representation of liquidation. So no really new money selling to get price lower past yesterday's low that's what it would take, because a liquidation break from this E period, the target would become that A low, and then we'd be looking for it to stay below the PDL and go with the market. And today I think is going to be a go with the market type of day, which is why we were able to go with that short, especially after Powell. If this market just starts to rage to the upside, it'd be, I'm going to let it settle, but I'm not going to try to fight the short side, just hoping that it's going to break. We are spending a lot more time and bringing in a lot more volume now down here below. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. Let me look at the volume comparison to yesterday. About 4% less than yesterday, as the market's as the market was going down and sustaining here pretty much. So we'll see. We're gonna see what happens. Oh, I sent that guy an email, Alex. So we'll see if he shoots me a message back.
You were saying it's psychology to buy when it's low, but isn't it also, I've only noticed it with crypto that people seem to buy at the all-time high too, like a lot, which is, it seems like a weird. They seem to get upset when it goes low, at least crypto, for whatever reason. Like, oh, it's starting, and then But you wouldn't get upset if anything else dropped in price and then you bought it. You know, if you're buying shoes or like, oh, it's on sale. Oh, damn. You know, but especially the crypto, everybody gets all crapped out when it goes down. You know, and then when it all times high, then they buy, and it's like, what?
So
I don't know.
with the crypto community, one, there's just like a lack of education, lack of proper education in trading in general. And most of them, you know, although they do call themselves traders, they're just not, right? Most of them are more from an investing standpoint, where they're buying a lot of this shit and just holding on to it forever. So most of the time when they're getting upset that it's going down, it's because they are already in, and now it just for some reason is getting lower. And I agree. I think a lot of people in crypto buy at the top because crypto doesn't really have, I mean, us in this community, we know a decent amount about crypto. We see you know, crypto depending upon your network, but even when that Bitcoin top was forming, we were talking about it was interesting because James's dad had started asking James about crypto, and we were like, oh shit, you know. And so once it starts reaching that elite level, and now you're seeing, or not elite, I guess, but like the people that aren't necessarily on YouTube all the time, or you know, in touch with kind of what's going on in the crypto community right now, right? And myself included, I don't really know what's going on in the crypto community. I just know how to trade the chart, and you know, I don't honestly don't follow a lot of other shit because I don't want to get bad information. But that's what people do. They don't, if you don't know anything about trading or anything about the environment, you get on the internet, you Google, oh, what's the deal with Bitcoin? And then you start seeing all these posts saying, oh, it's the future, it's going to go to 100,000, it's going to go to 1 million, it's going to go to this, it's going to go to that. Let's see if we get some continuation here in the ES. It looks like they want to, but struggling. It looks like a seller's strike here. It doesn't look like anyone's selling the market at all for the most part. I mean, obviously there's orders that are sellers, but you know, it doesn't look like anyone's giving. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, bitch. But yeah, so they get on the internet and they start looking at, you know, Bitcoin's gonna go to 1 million, blah 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 blah, and then you know, fucking, they're like, oh, I'm gonna buy some Bitcoin just in case, right? You know, because it's like a fucking lottery ticket. The same reason people buy, you know, multiple lottery tickets, right? Because your odds honestly don't increase. The Powerball is $2 to buy one ticket, right? Well, your odds don't increase in perspective to buying 10 tickets to one, right? If you buy 10 tickets, your odds are almost exactly the same as my odds if I buy one ticket, right? And so
They're not 10 times better.
no. It's just
wow, that's crazy enough.
just because of how diluted it is, and that's kind of like, you know, it's a rough comparison, but that's what happens in the market. You look at the videos that have the most views on YouTube if you type in crypto or Bitcoin, right? And if you watch the videos, and I haven't done it, so I'll just do it right now. Let me just type in Bitcoin to
So you don't give any credence, any fundamentals at all?
no point. I don't need it. What's this? Roosevelt. I'm not answering that. I mean, look, it's this guy. This guy just fucking gets on here and gambles, right? This is that guy. But you look at Bitcoin, and then you get on, and here's the thing. Oh, Bitcoin defends mining, blah, blah, blah. Bloomberg crypto, Bitcoin is stupid, Charlie Munger, right? And you're looking at some, and all I did was just type in Bitcoin on YouTube, tough times ahead. And this is the thing, right now, everyone is expecting crypto to go down. Everyone is saying crypto is going to go down. And this is what I was talking about on Monday, when Charlie Munger and fucking Warren Buffett were saying that they wouldn't buy all the Bitcoin in the world for $25, that I wouldn't be surprised if it just started to rage to the upside, because they were just saying that because they want it to go down so they can buy it. You know what I mean? And you get a bunch of people that really don't know what's going on.
That's what the guy from what's his name? Jamie Dimon was doing that, saying that he was going to fire any of his traders, even recommended Bitcoin to anybody, and then he was secretly buying it in an exchange in England. Like, he was the largest buyer, him and the Stanley, whatever that exchange is. Can't remember the name of the exchange. Morgan Stanley.
Morgan
they were the two biggest buyers at the exchange, while they're telling everybody it's garbage, and which really, if that was stocks, that'd be illegal. You know what I mean? But
yeah, sure would.
crypto isn't. You know, it's kind of shitty that you do that. I mean, but.
Well, I mean,
it dropped that weekend.
It's just so new, you know, and so as people start to discover it, the most thing that they're going to be looking at is, I mean, even if we just go to like a Google webpage and type in Bitcoin, and let's just look at the news articles that come out with it, you know, you're seeing the first things crash, right? You see a little bit of, what's that, Sheba Bank.
Google is fake news.
Right, but to you it's fake news, but you know, to a good portion of the world, it's the news.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there goes F period. Man, we should, yeah, two opportunities for good longs, but just being a little baby back bitch today, I guess.
I know what you're saying. I just said it's crazy. It's choosing to buy with the high.
And it's by design, right? Because you've got to hype up. If you're a big holder of Bitcoin, you've got to hype up the populace to get them to buy, and they start buying, and guess what? They're buying from you because you're selling. You're hyping it up, and the market's going up, and you're unloading this huge position that you've had for days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, actually, the thing that irritates me the absolute worst with the newbie crypto is they'll take, like, say if they bought it for 30,000, and it goes to 60,000, then it comes back down to 45,000. Well, they're all kind of, in their mind, they've lost $15,000. They're not up 15,000; they've lost 15,000. You know, they're all crapped out about it. You know, it's like they take it an all-time high, and that's what their shit's worth. So anytime under that, then, you know, I don't know, it just cracks me up.
That's because nobody is teaching them the difference between investing and trading. Yeah. Right, they're also focused on making that buck today, and in crypto, a lot of people had a lot of money really fast. Right, if they were early in the game, or if they picked the right coin. The target here is the open, guys. Watch for the open. But if they had, you know, if they had a lot of crypto, and then boom, that fucking, I mean, 2020, the crypto market went insane. I mean, my ETH and I mean a lot of my coins just went berserk. Right, but I've been having them for days, just holding on to them, and I still have most of them. Right, I've taken some profit for sure, but you know, it's more, to me, is an investment when these people are looking to trade it. So that's why they look at it. They're like, oh, I was up 60,000, now I'm down 40,000. It's because they don't know how to trade, right? If they were smart, when it got up to 60,000, they take a little bit of profit or cover some of their position, and then when it comes back down to 30,000, instead of thinking, oh, I lost, you know, X amount of dollars, I can add back here because I have some cash on the sidelines because I took some profit. You know, and that's what's cool about the market. Because you can utilize options and stuff like that for your long-term investment strategy. You know, it's just not something that is widely talked about. Everyone is talking about, especially in the crypto community, most of the people that are rich off of crypto have been hodling crypto forever, right? For a long time. Yeah, target is the open, guys. Let's see if we can pop this bad boy. But you know, and so then they're like, you know, I'm a fucking millionaire because I'm a genius and I trade Bitcoin and I made $1 million, when really they've just been holding Bitcoin since like 2015, and all of a sudden it just shoots up to 40,000 and now they're rich, right? Good, great investment, but you're not a fucking trader. You didn't trade to that high. You know what I mean? You didn't start with $1,000 and slowly just inch your way up to $1 million. You just bought something, held it forever, and now you're rich as fuck. Boom, Warren Buffett. Everyone's like, he's the greatest trader in the world. It's not a fucking trader. Simple as that. You know, he's just an investor. Bitcoin's taken off now too. So Bitcoin was leading the way up. Now the market is heading up. Mechanical selling off that last. I still think the target is the open. And I mean, in reality, I think that target is that yesterday's point of control. And so what we'll look for, I really don't like this right here too. If we remember correctly, if I remember correctly, there was a day that looked very similar to this here. Here it is. This weird, I mean, balanced profile, but a very weird top. And the market kind of settled below. And then when it took the high, it really took the high. So I don't know what this state looks like to me. So if we get above that high, I think there's definitely some room up here all the way to 42.12, which was my target from yesterday, but just died a little bit short. Not saying that that's where it's going to go, and obviously we're not looking for that right away. We've got to be looking for people to sell value area high, looking people to sell this excess. When we got that, you know, that chunk of volume, there was just some interest up there. So if the market pops up, right, if the market takes this open, takes this A high and starts to get up here and starts to hang, that gives us good opportunity for that upside. But if the market comes up here and gives us one of these, kind of like this A period did it, there could probably be some more downside. Man, I wish I would have taken that fucking long from the ELO. It's tough sometimes, you know, when you identify a good trade and it really just works out, and it's just, you know, your bias just gets in the way. Because I do have a downside bias just because the long-term, well, the medium-term trend is pretty much down, right? From the first year, we've just been kind of making lower highs. So it's tough for me to get on like that. But we shall see.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a bias, right? If you're just going with what the trend is, which is what you want to be doing, right?
There's nothing wrong with having a bias, as long as if the market starts to disagree with your bias, that you can turn it off, right? Or you can act against your bias. What happens is, let's say if I was short and I didn't close my short, now the market's all the way up here and I was just shorting on the way up, expecting for it to just give me one of these. And now I'm negative in a trade when my first short was from up here. All of a sudden price is below my entry, but I'm negative because I wasn't able to flip my bias. You know, of course today we were it was a pretty easy identification that we saw. It's just the difference is, and this is something that Jim Dalton talks about, is where traders get in trouble, and it still happens to me, is when you do have a bias and this chart flips bias, right, starts to tell you different information, but you're not able to go with it. And you know, the first step of that is just getting out of it, right? So if, let's say you're short, the market comes down, it flips bias, and you don't go with it, but you're able to get out of it. That's step one, going with it and monitoring for continuation, you know, obviously step two. And then, you know, step three being the step that you don't want to be in, where you just hold the trade forever and then lose because you're hoping for, you know, you're trying to fill the gap today, like, or on this one trade, you just must fill the gap, you know. So it also depends on the time frame that you're trading on as well. Like, you know, we're trading on daily time frame for the most part, 30-minute increments. If you're trading on a daily bar, and you're thinking, you know, bigger institutional money, they're short from up here. If price gets up here, they might respond in short again. And if people did, you know, buy responsive longs from these periods, where's a good spot to take profit? Right here. So you've got people selling their, you know, their long positions, and then responsive sellers waiting for price to get up here to selling. This is, you know, double responsive selling, because buyers are responsively selling the top because they want to get out of their long position, and then new money is responsive selling, and then that can bring the market back down into value. And then the way that we extend value and head towards imbalance is when we have something like this happen, and then initiated sellers move down and initiate sell orders to move price lower. And the same thing inversely to the upside, right? Just rewind that, listen to it backwards, and same idea. An 800 EMA, oh my God, Mark, I've never even heard of that. Let's put that on the chart and see what it looks like.
Oh God, hands are freezing.
You know, later.
Yes. Well, and
I'll probably stream all day today too, so I probably won't go get the dry clean until like 1 or something. And you don't need anything, really? Okay. All right, sleep well. Let's take a look at that. We're back above the open now. And so just watch this A high to see. You think Bitcoin is going to stop at 30 minutes, 800 EMA and go back down? Let's see what we got here. There's a 800. Oh, look at that. What a genius. 800 EMA, there it is. What's the range in that? Kevin, your mic is on still. And it's like
On the ground. Now,
sorry. What is the time frame in that? Where's my calculator?
My mic wasn't on. You sure it was me?
It was you, yeah. I could see whose mics are making noise. I have like a little screen.
Yeah, we can like hear playing or something.
26. 800 divided by 30 is 26, so it's 26 periods. How many 30-minute periods are in a day? What's the significance of the 800? Well, this is just a simple 2. You're using the EMA, so it's a little bit different. Let me change this one back and add it on there and see what we see. I don't really use moving averages on intraday charts. Yeah. Updated. It's gonna be updated. You know what I mean? Like it's the same. $800. Let's make it red. Oh, okay, I see. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin gains a little bit of support here on our buy level. How many days is this 800 tracking? Because it's tracking the 26 periods. How many periods are in a day? Yeah, Mark, what's the significance of the 800 EMA? I've just never seen anybody use it. So if you've got some information that we don't know, hook us up. G period opens up, that G low right off the last seems mechanical. Market's struggling a bit here and still respecting that A high as excess. So what wouldn't be surprising here if G isn't able to get any continuation is to just backfill all this area and give us that balanced profile. Little, whoa, whoa. I didn't even know you could do that. What? My gosh. Just put all those cool pictures on all of your charts. So let's see if the market can get above 78 right here and get some buying in. There's opportunity to keep pushing this high. And remember, when we're seeing these shorter term time frame traders trade in this this, I mean, the open almost exactly is the overnight point of control. So you're kind of seeing a battle back and forth. And these mechanical sellers, if they're selling that overnight point of control here and trying to keep price below, if it does flip up, remember, shorter time frame traders are not very, they don't care which way the market goes. They just want to go with the market. And so they could easily flip around and you could see them try to take the market up. But it does kind of look like they're trying to hold it down here. Just keep watching that 78 level. There's a lot of buying on that 78 level, and it looks like opportunity to keep going upside from there. Little absorption up here by sellers trying to hold price below, but it looks mechanical. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pop and then just barely get to the 80 before it comes back down. You said price has been respecting it all the way down. There goes that top right up to the 80, pops back down a little bit. Let's see if they're going to keep buying it up. Yeah, it looks like it definitely has been holding trend, that's for sure. Little pop above there. You watch the 5, 13, 50, 200, and 800. You should try, Mark. I don't know if you trade the profile, but you should try to combine your strategy, or at least take a peek at your strategy in conjunction with the market profile. And that can, you know, basically give you a little bit more confidence when you're seeing the market profile levels combine with your moving averages that you're using to trade. You know, I'm not against using the moving averages as, you know, opportunities if they assist you with staying on the right side, right? I know, oh, there it goes. So I want to see it stay above 80 here. But so, like, you know, if you're utilizing some of these moving averages as a way to kind of help you stay on sides without getting, you know, in the weeds, you know, I definitely think it's you know, there's definitely benefits to it. But if you were to, you know, utilize the market profile and start to understand the auction more, I think you could probably add to your trading strategy and make it, you know, just make it just a way to give you a little bit more confidence on some of your trades for sure. But holds above the 80, we're still getting some people lifting the offer up here. The target here probably going to be that 85 to 86 area from yesterday. Microsoft's flipping green, Tesla's green, Facebook's green. So you're getting some of the FANG flipping. We look over here, starting to see XLY come, you know, try to come back into the lows from yesterday. XLF financial still looking good. We talked about healthcare has been kind of just making higher highs. You're starting to see technology get back up inside yesterday's range as well. The pick for the most part is fairly balanced. We saw the weighted sectors make a flip. The cumulative tick has been getting, you know, less and less negative on this move up. Let me take a look at the volume. Oh, you sent me a pic on the Discord? Let me check it out. Oh, that's who your name in the Discord? I had no idea. I didn't know your name was Mark. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's been, yeah, coming down right up. Oh yeah, so you are using profile. I was just trying to take a little peek at some global markets here. CWG's just kind of hanging. I mean, you can see a lot of the sectors, you know, we've got kind of a mixed bag. The volume starting to get back to zero, or the volume starting to get back to zero. The ADD's getting, you know, kind of back close to the zero line. So really a mixed bag. Be surprised we get a little pullback here though, back below the 80. Trying to see some selling come in now. Oh, say what? Everyone's going to do an FOMC webinar. Jim Dalton just tweeted that he's going to do a FOMC webinar today from 1:30 to 3 p.m. Eastern time. You can register here for free. You know, that might not be a bad idea to check that out. We get the
1 o'clock is
hear it from the horse's
All right.
mouth.
Yeah, well,
Let me see. I'll register for it so we can just. I don't know if I can play it on YouTube because it's a private webinar, and Jim is not one person that I would. I don't want to rub Jim the wrong way. A lot of respect for Jim, so it's in 30 minutes or 45 minutes basically.
I'm down.
Yeah, and if some of you guys want to take off to go watch that, like I don't have any I'm not gonna feel bad about that. Anytime Jim's on and you get the opportunity to listen to him, I advise listening to him. A little bit of selling coming in here. Apple's looking, fairly strong up here, consolidating at the highs. What we're looking for is volume, guys. Look for volume to move up. Want to see some of these start to grow. All right, we got 10,000, around 10,000. You want to see this thing down here is 19K. A lot more periods there, right? 2 periods, but we'd like to see that volume move up to get price continuation. If not, remember we're still inside the previous day, and it's just going to be a bit of balance. This low is mechanical right off the last, so don't be surprised if it gets taken out. I'll appreciate it for sure, but I implore you guys to share your trading ideas in the Discord as much as possible, right? Don't worry about posting something and then it doesn't work out, right? I post shit all the time and it just doesn't go the way that I want it to go. It's just part of it's just part of this journey, right? And so I want you guys to be comfortable in this Discord to be able to post something and no one's going to publicly shame you or be like, that didn't age well, right? That's one of the things I fucking hate when people post. It's like trolls on the internet just fucking looking for somebody that posts something that was obviously wrong in hindsight, and they're like, that didn't work out well. It's like, well, no shit, buddy. We can all see the fucking chart. I don't need a reminder. I know it didn't work. I traded it. You're just fucking sitting here on the sidelines reminding me that it didn't work. you know. And so what I implore you guys to do is to share this information. So if you've got these strategies where you're getting in these trades, you know, post it and get some constructive criticism about it, right? And just like when I post a trade view every day, if you're seeing things differently than I am, I want to know, right? Because we've been doing this together for a while, and if you guys are seeing something that I'm not seeing, it can help me get, you know, a more rounded or more better perspective, getting it through more eyes, right? If you ask one person, you know, what's the best color in the world, and they say blue, and you ask the next person in the world and they say green, right? We're not that community that's like, no, fuck you, green is the color, no, red is the color, or blue is the color, right? We're that community saying like, oh, well, what if we combined red and blue together, right? And then that makes green. Boom. Little mind trap for you guys. Now you're like, what the fuck is going on in this room? Right? but like, that's the thing is, you know, that's what I want this community to be about. I want us to all be able to, you know, to feel that comfortable where we can post, you know, whatever we want and not feel like the pressure to be right or anything like that, right? We know that everything that we do in this game is on ourselves, right? If we make a good trade, that's because we made a good trade. If we make a bad trade, that's because we, and I'm saying we, I mean, like if I make a good trade, it's because I made a good trade. If I make a bad trade, it's because I made a bad trade. Damn, that ding was loud. You know, and so for you guys, it's the same idea, right? And you know, I like when people post stuff because I like to comment back, you know, and I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. Even if you just post something that's like moving averages and all that shit, post it wherever the play's at. So under trade chat futures, post it in futures if it's futures, post it in crypto if it's crypto, if it's stocks or options, post it in there. If you're looking at a long-term play, post it in the long term. I try to consolidate the Discord down so we're not just kind of figuring out where to post it. We're you know, it's really consolidated to the point where it's there. And I really appreciate that you guys, you know, stepped up and, you know, talked about yourselves a little bit in the Discord. The Meet a Fellow Risk Manager, you know, this is a place where we can develop these bonds with each other and feel that comfortability to get that accountability partner, right? And that way, you know, if you're having a bad streak or something like that, you know, the team is here for you to help you get there, right? But remember, us as a team, we can only help each other get to the water. Everyone's got to drink for themselves, and that's kind of how this group is what I'd like it to go. Post whatever you want, right, Otto? Because everybody looks at different things. And so if you're posting something about order blocks, let's say, and people don't know what order blocks were or are, and they are able to utilize it in their trading method or their trading strategy or psychology, which you guys know how much of a believer I am in strong psychology will make you a better trader. And if they're able to utilize that to help their psychology, then that's awesome. Bearish divergence forming and market maker fuckery. Yeah, I wouldn't be, yeah, I wouldn't put it past it. And this, remember down here in this D, once D period ended, E period started up, and that's kind of when Biden, you know, stopped talking. So this, you know, could be that Biden pump before that Powell dump. We just weren't sure which way that they were going to give it. But yeah, I mean, you know, and if they don't know about it, then that's the perfect time. They can ask about it. And then us being the community that we are, if you post something about order blocks and someone's like, hey, Otto, where do I find that information? And where did you learn how to use it? Can I, you know, get a video or at least like a general direction so I can start digging down this rabbit hole myself and see if it can be utilized for me, right? You know, I recently designed a chart specifically for James because of his trading style, and I think that it will, you know, benefit him greatly because of his specific trading style and my understanding of James's psychology, right? Because I know James really well, and I know how his brain works, and so I have developed this chart to help him, um, you know, stay on side and help, you know, with his bias, because James is a really good trader, really good identification. His biggest issue for the most part is flipping the bias sometimes when the bias is not going the way that you want it to go, and the thing I made for him should alleviate some of those issues. I'm excited. Yeah, that volume, I was looking at that when, on that picture that you sent me. Let me pull it up actually, Mark. So Mark sent me this picture here. Hopefully you don't mind if I share it, and if you do, you're fucked, because I am. But I was thinking that same thing, and that's a good point, is you see this volume here, so it looks like buyers stepped up to catch, but on the way up, that volume is just weak, right? And it seems like the only time volume comes in is on the low. And what that tells us, what tells me at least, is that most likely a breakout is not the place that you want to be with this, right? So you'd be better off waiting for price to come back to value and step up with those buyers. That's a good observation. So we're looking for that 85, 86 here as a spot where they could, you know, possibly start to step into sell responsibly. I don't know if that value area high they stepped in, but it looks like it wants to go up a little bit more. Those. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Target is going to be that G-Low, cause it is mechanical. Oh, bro, bring the melody through. I nailed that. That's another one, Jamie. Another song that gets stuck in your head, huh? We don't talk about Bruno. No, no, no. The fucking, it's just so much of Bruno. So they're not, so notice on that push down, it came right back to kind of where volume was at that 80, 75-ish level, 80, and not really able to not really able to get any continuation. So this is just showing us basically a lack of initiated buying at the high, but no responsive selling yet. It was just more of just a buy stop run at that top, which is what that pullback was from. And so there was a decent fade opportunity right there, you know, for a couple scratching points. Kind of seeing the same thing. This 97 and 95 on these top ticks is not ideal here. So let's see if they can get back up. They need to get above 86 and be buying above 86 for us to get back up there. Just kind of struggling hard here. Go back to this. Down there yet. But I'm looking for it to come back to that 80, 81 level to see if buyers are going to continue to step up. It looks like they're giving it a go here. They need to get above the 86. Like I said, you need to see buying above that 86 to get that continuation. Here we go, back to the 86. Look for the buying to come in here. Buying on the 86. Wednesday, Thursday is normally a midweek reversal. Let's look at the CVD too. See if we see any divergence here. There's a divergence right there. What's that mean? Higher high and a lower high on the chart? Is that negative reversal? Negative thing? I think so.
If the tops are like that, that's a hidden bearish.
Hidden bearish divergence. All right, they're getting some buying. Here comes H period. Let's see if they're going to keep pushing it. There they go. Continuation. This is where we want to see the buying step in above this 86 to get continuation to the upside. Target here is going to become 91, and then the prior day high 95.75 if it's able to get up there. Needs to stay above 86. Still a buyer on the 86 so far. And just capitulating. There they go. They're stepping up. There it is. So we're looking for that Globex high. That's 91, and then 96 is the or 95.75 is the prior day high. It keeps going back below 87. It's just gonna convince me that it wants to go back down to value. Step in. There's just not much selling up here. You know, there's a little bit of absorption. There's a couple people trying to sell the Globex high right there at that H high. That's pretty much the Globex high. But other than that, there's not really a lot of selling. There we go. See if it can keep popping it here. So Apple's looking good. Apple's breaking out to the upside. Microsoft's green, Google's green. Everything is looking to turn green here except Amazon. Amazon's down, you know, a decent amount here. Hello? Hello? Curtis. Hey. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Are you in exercise mode? Are you in exercise mode? Okay, thanks. Bye. Nice. That's a good idea, Pop. Yeah, I like that. Especially if you can keep your mind occupied with something that's challenging, that can really, that can really keep legit like keep you occupied. If we get above the prior day high with some volume, you could be seeing, people, um, just think that the bad news is over, and you could see a rally here. We're starting to get a little bit of volume up here higher, but it's kind of hard to tell if there's absorption here above the value area, or if we're going in. Yeah, there goes some selling. So they come right back down to the 85 and then right back up. So that's interesting as well. But we're finally getting some selling up here. Finally found where the offer is at. I'm gonna try a fade right here, 87. And I'm gonna put my stop right here at 91. Look for 75, 76, 76.50 is the open. There might be some opportunity back down to the open. This is a fade. Remember, this is not a recommendation, not advice. I'll be right back. So you see buyers step up there again on the 85. Buyers still holding this 85. If they give up the 85, then, I mean, to me, the target becomes 75. Maybe the settle at 69. But I would imagine that if these sellers are actually coming in, that their target is to get back below the open. So 75 in between the open and the last makes. But remember, if you are fading this here, you need to be managing risk tight, because this thing could, buyers show up, it'll just rip right up to the upside. And we are one time framing up from the low. So like I said, not a recommendation, just something I'm observing and wanted to give a look. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All right, it's 10 o'clock. Time to start doing some squats or some push-ups or something. Get that blood flowing as we get ready for all this excitement that's going to be leading us into the FOMC here. I'm gonna take off one of these lots right here at 80 if we can get down there. You can do it. You can do it. Trust you. All right, I covered one right there. Got filled at this fucking lot at 82. So 70 or 87 to 82 on the one lot. I got one lot left. Stop loss is at break even, so we are chilling. So not a lot of continuation down here. I might have to cut this. Let's see if we can keep getting some selling, but seeing a little bit of responsive buying here on this 81. Remember, the target becomes the open, right? They want to put they want to like that tug of war we talked about yesterday, right? That's going to be their line that they know that, okay, I'm starting to win. I'm tugging on this rope and I'm starting to make some progress because now I'm back below the open, right? We're up about 10 points in this trade right here, so there's nothing wrong with just cutting it short. I'm still holding on, waiting for that 75, but I only have one lot left, so I'm kind of struggling down here a little bit, looks like. Go. There's some continuation. Let's go. Go back to the open. We see some mechanical buyers. What's that? 75. Come on. Can do it. We trust you. Nice. All right, I closed it. It might keep going though. Remember the G low is mechanical and target, you know, they'll probably take that out. But I covered. I'm out of the position.
That was nice to hear you kind of talking through it as it happened. That was cool.
Thanks. Yeah, and I try to talk through a lot of the things, but I don't want to. I try to do it from the most unbiased positions or like the most unbiased articulation, because I don't want anyone to get like, you know, if I'm talking about the market going down and they're in a long, I don't want them to get spooked out of their long trade, because, you know, honestly, I don't know what's going to happen. There's just no way to know what's going to happen. It's just kind of observing what I was looking at up here, and it looked like a good opportunity to take that thing down. I still think that I mean, those lows, that H low and G low, they don't look strong at all. I could do this the stream from outside. That'd be dope. All right, once I have my house in Pennsylvania, I'm gonna have like a gigantic ass basement that will have wrestling mats in it, and then I'll be able to have a sled down there and stay on the stream while I'm pushing the sled. So I literally bottom ticked that bad boy. 75 quarters where my my thing got taken out at. It's really thin on the way down here. So a lot of times when this happens too, should we look, see this little pipe forming, seeing that chunk start to form here. When you're getting a lot of this, all this action is just coming around the open. And it's like I said, these are all these shorter term time frame traders trading off the open. And so what they've been doing, they're buying the open. Well, if we get below the open and stay below the open, well, guess what they're going to do? They're going to sell it. That's just how shorter time frame traders trade. Chair squats, stand and sit till it burns. Yeah, that's it. That's a good idea. And that's the thing, is you really don't even need like it, you know, unless you're trying to get like just fucking jacked. But really, if you're trading, you want to keep that blood flowing, because keeping your body in peak form, I think, just helps you perform better no matter what you're doing, right? And there's a lot of science behind it. I'm not going to get into it, but there is a lot of science behind it. And, you know, I really think that can help. So if you're not doing it and you're just kind of sitting at the computer all day, you know, get some resistance bands or get a 2-pound weight and just like, you know, curl the 2-pound weight or raise the 2-pound weight, you know, a million fucking times until it starts to, till your arm just starts to not be able to lift it. You know what I mean? Like in the military, there's a school called Ranger School. And a lot of people think that if you're not in really good shape, that you're probably not going to pass. And that's fairly true, but you could be in the best shape in it, but if you don't have a strong psychology, you're not going to pass that school either, because the school really itself is not a school about physical endurance or you know, any heroic, you know, feat of strength. It's about mental toughness and just being able to keep pushing when everybody else wants to quit. And that's what they look for, you know. So if you took like, you know, me and TJ looks like he's in pretty good shape, probably do some more, you know, more push-ups than me, and we're at Ranger School together, we're doing push-ups, but I've stopped, but I'm still trying to push myself off the ground. TJ looks over at me and he sees me struggling and he's like, oh, I can do less push-ups because this guy's he's already done. But the instructors are looking for things like that. They're looking for, you know, for people that follow the crowd, because it's a leadership building school and they want to see the people that will keep going even when they don't have any gas left in the tank, right? So like if you're trying to get to your destination and the car breaks down, they're trying to look for the people that will push the car instead of just get out of the car, sit down and wait for help to show up. And that, you know, is it's kind of the same way in trading. It all is relatable. So, you know, real roundabout, back to that 2-pound weight. Don't feel like, you know, lifting a 2-pound weight makes you any less of a person. It's, you know, a lot of people aren't doing shit. It's like when you see someone, you know, and I'm sure this has happened to you guys, and I'm sure one of your friends has probably made the comment, and I've definitely heard my friends make the comment, is you see a person that's overweight running, and people are like, look at this fat motherfucker running. And then, you know, you think about it, you know, your friend, like, they don't do any fucking running either. They're just not fat because they're just not fat, you know? But they don't know what this person has going on in their life, but at least they're out there getting it. You know what I mean? That's all you can ask from yourself, is just effort.
Yep. Everybody's got to start somewhere.
Right. And remember, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
It's crazy how just doing something super small, but just being consistent at it can get you some results.
Oh, it's, yeah. And the biggest thing in that, and I think that's 100% factual statement, TJ, the biggest thing is continuation. Just keep doing it. You know what I mean? That's it. That's all it takes. It just takes, like, you know, let's say you eat 2 cheeseburgers.
Wasn't in that the ultimate, what was that book? Atomic Habits.
Oh, Atomic Habits?
Talks about that when you start working out or when you do whatever, you're not going to see results that day. It's not the result. It's like that 1%. Yeah, you're going to do something and the results aren't going to be immediate. They're going to be long term, and continuation is the goal.
Right. And that was kind of, I mean, that's even a good point. And, you know, that was my dad. And a while back, my dad had gained a pretty, you know, significant amount of weight because he was fucking eating ice cream every day. And I gained some weight too because I wasn't working out. I had gotten out of the military and, you know, just basically just like, well, fuck, I don't need to work out ever again. I'm out. And then my dad lost a bunch of weight, and I had kind of been like, well, fuck, I'm just not going to probably lose weight. This is my new weight. And I did have some underlying health issues as well, but, you know, I saw my dad lose the weight, and I was thinking to myself, like, well, shit, if he can do it, I can do it. You know, basically have, you know, pretty similar DNA, so it should work out. And I just asked him what he was doing. He's like, I'm just walking every day or running on the treadmill every day, just being active every day. And so I was like, well, shit, that means I don't have to, you know, be getting a 2-hour workout in every day. I just need to be a little bit more active. Maybe I'll go for a walk every day. Maybe I'll, you know, hit push-ups every hour. I'll do 10 push-ups. You know, just something that you can do.
It definitely helps. Thinking that you don't have to do a 2-hour workout.
Right, because yeah, exactly. Because what happens is, you know, it becomes more of a task, and that's a great thing about Atomic Habits. Is it really breaks things down incrementally to where, you know, I think it was Atomic Habits? I can't remember if it was Atomic Habits or not, but he talks about flossing his teeth and continuation. Like, you know, if your goal is, I want to start flossing my teeth every day, and it's the end of the day, you've had a long day, you're super tired, you know, in order to not break that habit that you're trying to develop, just floss one tooth. And then go to bed. And then tomorrow, you know, you can get back to flossing them all. But if you're having one of those days, you know, there's no point to break the routine. But if you've been working out every day and today you're just beat, you just don't feel like it, well, just do something. Do 10 jumping jacks.
Yeah.
Just get your heart rate up, you know. What were you saying?
Yeah. It's Atomic Habits is that is Atomic Habits, because it talks about that when you, I think his was running, and he said when he put his shoes on, that was the step. You know, that was what made it so that, okay, I'm going to do this. And he said it out loud. He also said it out loud. You know, like, okay, I am going to do 10 push-ups. And by saying it out loud, then you're more inclined to do it than opposing to just thinking it.
Right. Just like your trade plan. If you write your trade plan down, you're more likely to follow your trade plan than not. And I actually stole that from him, the shoe thing, which is why every day when I trade, I put shoes on before I start trading, because it reminds me it's time to do some fucking work, right? Because trading is not, you know, all lollipops and rainbows. It's work, right? It requires work. It requires, you know, it might not be very physical, but it is mentally challenging and demanding and draining. And so, you know, to remind my brain that it's time to do some work. I mean, I put on wrestling shoes every day because I work out normally after we get off the stream. But, you know, I have, and I'm, this is no bullshit, I have seen the difference in my trading days when I just wear my, well, people call them slides, the Nike slides, whatever. When I'm just having those on while I'm trading compared to when I have my shoes on. And I know it sounds like, what the fuck? That's the dumbest shit I ever heard, but it's legit. It's a real thing. You know, just like those cold showers I keep trying to get you guys on, you know, that it's legit. It really is.
It's
you know?
it's like that movie called Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone. He flips his hat around backwards.
I haven't seen it. Over the Top?
Oh.
I've seen a lot of movies too. Let me look it up. I'll add it to my list.
That's the arm wrestling one.
Who the hell hasn't seen Over the Top, Brad?
Jared, and not everyone loves lifting weights like you. And if it's an arm wrestling movie, I was probably like dumb
What?
and probably skipped it.
Dude, that's like the greatest. You're high.
Yeah, before every arm wrestling match, he flips his hat around backwards, and that like flips the switch mentally.
Oh, and he's ready for go time. That makes sense. Yeah, that's still. No, I've never been much of a into something like a arm wrestling or weightlifting. You know, one time James and I were in Korea, and there was this kid who would always smack talk me because we'd go to the gym. James and I go to the gym like every day, except for I'd work out for like 15 minutes and then just go play basketball. Because I don't get the enjoyment from lifting weights like that. But I love basketball, and you get a workout just by playing. So, you know, two birds, one stone. They're called flip-flops. That's what I call them. But everyone now, all the kids are calling them slides. Alex, you better get your shit together. You're gonna fall behind the times. But I call them flip-flops too. But we were going to the gym one day, and this one kid, and I'll never forget his name or the look on his face because it's just the dumbest fucking look I've ever seen. He said he was just basically shit talking me because I can't bench press a lot of weight. And I just looked at him. I said, "Yeah, but I could knock you the fuck out. How much weight can you lift when you're sleeping?" And he just was like deer in the headlights. You know what I mean? So like, you know, and I wouldn't even, you know, it's just not something that I would normally say, but just sometimes people push you to that side, you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, well, what the fuck kind of shit is that? Who cares? You can bench press more than me. Well, guess what? My friend Jared can bench press more than you. Boom. That's like kicking someone's ass and be like, "Oh, my dad's gonna kick your ass." Like, okay, like,
Where is he?
yeah, what?
Let's go.
You guys want to hear a funny story with my dad and kind of a confrontation? One time, my dad was taking me golfing as a kid. We were in Nevada, and I brought my friend along, and my friend said he had golfed before, and back then my dad was pretty hot-headed, very, very temperamental. It's in the DNA for like Havens to just be temperamental, but my dad is probably a unique case. But these older men, because my friend was just fucking bad at golf, right? He was just not good, and he's just hitting the ball about 3 feet every time. And these old people behind us would be like, "Hey, teach your kids how to golf on a different day." And my dad yelled something back, and then something along the lines like, you know, "Say that shit up here." And when they got up there, they didn't say shit. And they just waited and played behind us the whole fucking day until we eventually let them pass. But it was kind of funny. Kind of funny, like when you're a kid, you know, you see your dad just like shit talk someone and you're like, "Yeah, bitch." Like, keep it up.
Dude, Brad, I got a story for you real quick. Okay, so that was like a big kid, you know, and I was benching like 405 at 17, right? Well, I used to go with my uncle every day to lift, and he was a PE teacher at a different school. And one day the kid was like mouthing off to him, and then he's like, you know, "When my dad comes to pick me up, he'll fuck you up and blah blah blah, and you know, I'd fuck you up and blah blah." So my uncle told him, he's like, "I'll tell you what," he's like, my nephew's gonna be here right now. He's like, "I'll tell you what, when your dad gets here, I'll beat your dad's ass, and I'll have my nephew kick your ass since you're underage." Oh, dude. That kid's dad got there, and the dad like bitched him out and was like, "Why are you trying to always get me in situations?" Yeah.
He's like, "How many people am I fighting? I'm not getting jumped. They're not jumping me."
A big man. He's very big.
We got a family full of big motherfuckers. Pretty much like everyone on your dad's side is a giant.
You know, that's a funny story that people do that, because I think that's more like someone trying to call your bluff type of shit.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because that's, I mean, for me, I would never do something like that. Never be like, "Oh, my dad's gonna kick your ass." I'm like, "I'm gonna kick your ass and your dad's ass, bro. Where's he at?"
Yeah, I was picked on a lot as a little kid because I was, or growing up, because I was not a big kid growing up. So I got picked on when I was littler. But then people figured out, because if you picked on me, I came. I wasn't waiting for you to throw the first punch. I threw the first punch.
Yeah,
I mean, I had a kid in ninth grade. I remember it. I had just got into ninth grade, and this kid, David Harden, kept flicking my ear. And I turned around. I said, "You hit me. You flick my ear one more time, and I'm going to beat your ass." And he flicked my ear one more time. He was probably 6 foot. He didn't get a chance to get out of that chair. I hit him so hard, I got bloodied his nose. Got called into the office right away. Got suspended for 6 days. But then he got his ass kicked by 2 other people because I was on a sports team. But like then the rest of the time, and I was not big. I was like maybe 5'2" as a freshman, and nobody touched me. The kids are getting trash canned all around, getting stuff, their books knocked out of their hands and shit, and nobody touched me because they knew that, okay, if you hit him, he's coming, and he may get down, he may fall down, you may knock him out, but next day, guess what? He's coming again. I was not going to be picked on. Not big on that.
Yeah, I was never really big on kids getting picked on. I didn't like that. I would always stand up for them. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that you taught me was just if you're gonna get in a fight, you're gonna get in trouble no matter what, so you might as well just be first.
That's right. You might as well. Yep.
Once they square up, dude, the fight's already on. They don't have to hit first.
And then once you
Well,
build
they're
a
picking on you
reputation,
because
they'll
they're
stop.
bigger than you. Then they're doing it because they have a fear of their own that they need to conquer. So you might as well help them out by beating them up.
That's why I keep telling Jared, he keeps talking shit, I don't have to knock his big ass down. It's like a tree. Big tree fall hard. Or you just, be smart, have gigantic friends like me, Jared, James, big monsters. Like, listen, even if you do kick my ass, you see these two big monsters back here? That's next. Are you gonna run through that? I don't think so. So quit wasting the time. Focus on being a contributing member to society.
When you think about that, people who do that are insecure.
Yeah, and it's so easy to understand it in hindsight, and that's one thing that I really push on my kids is like trying to help them understand, things in life like that. Because one thing for me, I think, and this is something that I've realized about myself as my life has gone on, is as a kid, I was naturally good at almost everything that I did. But when push came to shove, or when it started to get difficult, I would tend to move on to something else. And so I never became really great at anything that I did. I was good at a lot of things, but never really great because I didn't really, follow through on anything that I did. And my dad was always telling me don't quit, but I just didn't know why not to quit. Like, well, it's hard, I don't want to do it. And as a kid, it's so hard to understand that. And that's one thing that I struggle with, trying to help my kids understand that, because it's normal when things get hard to want to quit or to stop or to try to find something easier, because glory always feels good, right? But like my boy 50 says, can't enjoy sunshine without the rain. Joy wouldn't feel so good without the pain. So coming down to that 75 again here, getting close. Let's see if they can smash through it this time. Remember, this is a weak reference down here, and you are getting some selling coming in the market. And a break of that would be, looking for that settle to kind of fill in this weaker volume. We've kind of had basically a lower distribution, right, where you had all of the excess inventory from yesterday come down, get rid of their position, while everyone that bought down here is now up here distributing their inventory. And so it would make sense, if that does break, that we come back and try to fill this in. But still holding, still one time framing to the upside here.
Yeah, I think we're going back up, personally.
Oh shit.
Hey, did you know today is Stacy's birthday?
Oh, actually, I think I did see that on Facebook. Yeah. Happy birthday, Uncle Stacy, if you're new. That reference to the low side is becoming weaker and weaker, in my opinion, as we keep getting buying off these mechanical references, right? G's bought off the last, H is bought off the G low, I is bought off the open. Getting a little bit overdone to the low side. I wouldn't be surprised to see that thing get ran through before FOMC. And FOMC 30 minutes away here, coming before the minutes come out. Some buying coming in here in Apple. Apple's still looking strong, breaking highs, new highs in the day for Apple.
Pulled a classic Jared right there, Brad.
What's that?
I literally caught the bottom of that to the tick, and then I got out at 82.50.
Nice. That's a good trade.
Yeah, it was a good trade, but man, like once that next candle opened up and it kept going up, I was like, dang.
Asian markets closed for the rest of the week, bank holiday, and they won't be able to react to Fed till Monday. Down a couple of pools of liquidity for the rest of the week. Oh, I didn't even know that. I remember the UK was closed. I think it was it this past Monday or last week's Monday? I know they had a holiday. A little bit of divergence here in the market where the weighted sectors, I mean, Apple's taking the high right here, but it's kind of struggling up here at the top, that 162.5, but you're starting to see the tick come down fast and hard here. Looks like we're gonna push it. Remember, we're still balanced, right? We're still inside yesterday's range. So fading towards the top and buying towards the bottom still remains the ticket. That's a good point, Mark. If the Asian markets are closed for the rest of the week and that's a big liquidity pool, it's going to be tough for the market to go higher if there's not a lot of liquidity coming into the market, right? And right now we are having what's the volume? About 5% less than yesterday. So And take a peek at this, guys. Look at this. If we break this off, with the profile, look at this. You literally have intraday liquidation. So liquidation, people got short, too short, market rallies and starts to short cover. A B and a P profile. Boom.
Same day, crazy.
And that's, I mean, that happens, you know, quite often, more often than you would think. It's just, you know, we don't really look at it like that. And, you know, so as the days go on, start to try to notice stuff like that. Oh, this Monday was it, Tommy? That you guys' market was closed? Sick of young generation changing words, yeah. All right, Adam, we'll catch you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Remember going into the Fed meeting as well, getting close to, it's 10:41 right now, so we've got about 20 minutes or 19 minutes until this, the minutes come out. You could start to see a lot of short covering before that because people don't want to be in a position leading into that, right? Not in my opinion. The breath is turned red now as well. So look at the breath. Even though the market's moving higher, the breath is diverging. So we're getting negative 1.5, negative 1.2. You're starting to see a little bit of slippage over here. And then, you know, the sectors are still kind of balanced. But you can see the weighted sectors versus the unweighted, which is that line, you know, it's a little bit weaker in the unweighted sectors, which is what's causing the breadth to go down here. So there is definitely a divergence in the market, and that just kind of shows uncertainty of, you know, what people are expecting to happen versus what is going to happen naturally. That short should be going pretty decent, Mark, right? If you shorted off that 800 EMA that you were talking about, looked like it rejected right off there and it's coming back down. I think it below that value.
I'm with you though, Brad. Well, you would think people would want to start getting out, just before the minutes come out.
Yeah, which is what it looks like it's happening.
Not only that, you would think it's probably going to be bad news and people are going to want to start shorting, you know?
Retail, yeah. Typically big money is already in position. They already have an idea of what's going to happen, and that is typically on Monday, 2 days before. And so that's why I'm watching these key levels here. We've got big volume coming in, responsive buying. We had a lot of volume come in at the end of Friday and on Monday. And so if this was big money buying down here, if the market were to rip down to the low, we should see them go to buy this. But a break of that, there was buying down here, but it wasn't very strong. It's just the selling shut off. And if you get a huge crowd of retail just smashing the bid, selling the bid, it can definitely move price down for sure. Yeah, the news itself, I'm not really, I don't even look at the report or try to pretend that I understand what the Fed is even doing, because it's just such a complex system and I haven't put in the effort to really understand it. I just understand how to trade it, and we'll just wait for that impulse, and if the price is above, then we'll look to get long. If the price is below, then we'll look to get short, and use it as a flip zone like we had before. I remember, I think the one up, we had one at 4307 before. All my lines got erased over the weekend, unfortunately, so I don't have them on there anymore. But oil looking like today? Oil's up 5% today, 107. I didn't even notice that. Interesting little boost right there. The Russell is red as well. So I've got the NASDAQ green, the ES is green, but Russell is red. Yo, double R. J Powell, the minutes are going to come out in about 12 minutes, and then the actual press conference or the FOMC meeting is going to be in about 40 minutes, I guess. 42 minutes. So notice that this 80 level is becoming a very key level. 80 to 83 has become kind of this kind of back and forth that we've been sitting in for, I mean, probably the past 15 minutes or so. It feels like, at least. Healthcare is still looking strong. Financials pulling back a little bit here. Staples pulling back. Consumer discretionary pulling back. Communication services look strong. So you've got a couple sectors, fairly heavily weighted sectors that are looking strong, but also, a couple heavily weighted sectors that are not looking strong. So. Apple is coming down a little bit here, though. So if the market starts to pick up tempo towards the low, there's opportunity for it to break and to go with. And like I said, that target's going to be the settle. So not really a huge move, but there is opportunity to pick up some pieces here. If it were to break and get some volume attached. Hit a mic. Am I a bull or a bear? I'm a fucking lion, bro. Different. I eat bulls and bears. Just a lion. But I don't really have a bias to be honest with you going into the Fed meeting. I really, that's just not how I trade. So I just trade off market generated information. I'm a short-term trader. And so when the market offers me information, I'll take those opportunities, right? And so we have some information here. This is kind of a weak low. So I definitely think that low will get taken out before the end of the day. If it's going to, really, I have no idea. But typically how I play the market, if this is your first time in the stream, welcome. But basically what I'm looking for is to see where the market impulse is from. So in about 9 minutes, the minutes are going to come out and the market's going to go like this, right? Maybe. But wherever the impulse is from, I'm just going to mark the impulse and I'm going to just watch that level to see where price establishes above or below, and then I'm just going to go with it. So I probably won't place another trade till, I might not place another trade today at all, but I'll probably wait until, around power hour to really start to, pick a side. And I don't recommend being in a position before the meeting, because like I said, you could get, maybe you're short, let's say, or maybe you're long, either or, and you've got, stops on either side. The market could easily hit this, and if it hits your stop loss first and then your take profit, it's going to be going to be just annoying for the most part. So better to just be flat going into it and just wait for the market to give you information than trying to guess, right? If you're getting in a position now, let's say you're getting in a long position, just hoping that the Fed's going to rip it up, and then it does rip up and you hit your take profit, I don't even consider that a good trade. That's just a gamble, right? Anybody can bet on red or black and win, right? It doesn't mean they're good at gambling. It just means that they won that bet.
Sometimes it turns up green.
Sometimes I've gone to the casino and I play roulette at the casino, and I understand that it's just a game, and I go into it. Normally I find a cheap table of roulette because I do like to play the game. And I sit down with $100, and $100, you sit down for 30 minutes or whatever, and just mess around. Sometimes I've walked away from the table with over a couple $1,000. Sometimes walked away from the table down a couple $100, but I don't do it for sustainability for myself and my family. I'm not doing it for an income like I am this. I'm doing it for leisure. So I just stick away from that, even though there's that opportunity there, right? Like if you're getting a long position and the market just rips up and never looks back and you're in a long, you just fucking nail it. To me, more often than not, if you keep doing that one time, it's gonna wreck you eventually. And especially especially if you were right a couple times in a row. That's almost like the most dangerous thing. And that's kind of what happened to, I mean, it happens to everybody. It happened to me though. Like, you know, I was on this really hot streak last year. And I just started throwing out fat size and just, you know, basically trying to push my weight around in the market, you know, thinking I was a big fish when in reality, you know, is like, have you ever seen that, was that Star Wars, is it episode 2 where they're underwater and the big fish gets eaten by a bigger fish and then that big ass fish gets eaten by another bigger fish and then, you know, it happens a third time. That's kind of what happened to me. And I got punished, you know, severely for it, and you know, learned the lesson. That was a frustrating day, that's for sure. I definitely won't forget that shit, I'll tell you that. Like, imagine buying 2 cars this month in cash, and then at the end of the month, they come back and like, psych, you have to pay us for those. That's what it felt like. And you want to be like, get the fuck off my lawn. What has been suspicious lately, I mean, it's been going on for a little while too. It seems like every time after we get off the stream, the market tends to move. You know, and that could be from, you know, coincidence most likely, but the conspiracy theorist in me really wants to look a little bit more. Minutes are coming out in 3 minutes. They're probably coming out now. We're starting to see some action. Be careful here, friends.
Can't help, man. I'm going all in.
You gotta do what you gotta do, boo-boo. They're watching us. Is anybody watching the Jim Dalton webinar? Market's breaking out. Right to the prior day high. 12 contracts straight on that prior day high. Now we have a I mechanical high and an I mechanical low as well. Really indecisive. There's Big Fish and then there's Jabba the Hutt. Very appropriate with these May the 4th Star Wars references today. You know, a really underrated Star Wars movie is Rogue One. If you guys haven't seen that one, that's a pretty good one. It's underrated. I don't know if Luis is in here. They probably get some flashbacks watching that. Some Iraq flashbacks. I don't know if he's in here. I don't see him.
Pretty good.
Spaceballs is good. Yeah, I like Spaceballs. The power of the shorts. I love that. You just have your ring. It's like So the market's getting really volatile, really thin volume. We have mechanical highs, mechanical lows in this I period. So probably good odds that we take out both. Healthcare starting to balance. Technology starting to get some gas. Apple's still going up. Just made a new high. Here comes J period. Let's see what J period's got. So the announcement's probably out. There's one tick on the high. There's some excess. Uh-oh. Oh man, this is just amazing. Let's do this. FOMC. We want to see the dark green. They load. Boom. Oh, what happened? Oh, I gotta change it. Ripping up. I still don't like this low here, guys. So just be careful. I know we're gassing hard here, and I think the opportunity to get that 42.12, like we talked about yesterday, is still there. But I just want you guys to be careful. If we get back below this 86.50, just be careful holding on to that, holding on to a long. Remember, like we talked about, this is one of those days where you want to go with the market. Apple's gassing hard here. XLK gassing, XLV gassing, XLF gassing, XLY gassing, XLC, XLI, XLP, everything's gassing. Amazon's almost back to green. Even Nvidia's trying to flip green. So close. And this is why we just hang out and just watch this. There's no point to try to get involved in something like this. When it's this volatile, all you're doing is guessing. So even if you're taking trades right here and you're winning, don't try to chalk that up in your notebook thinking that you're fucking, you know, Mr. Right. You're just gambling. And like we've talked about, you know, sometimes you win gambling and then it becomes dangerous. Now we're back below that FOMC level. And now the good odds become that we break that low. And we pop back above it, right? And so this is what we're, you know, this is where it just becomes important to just stay patient and, you know, really just wait until it establishes itself. Remember, we still have a half hour, well, 27 minutes now until what's it called? Until Powell's actually on. MES went down to 41.69 in J. Whoa, really?
Yeah, like blew all those stops, and then before it went up to the top of J.
Shit. Look how thin it is. Right, you get some chunks here on the 4200. Looks like a chunk over here on the 4204.
What are you thinking here, Brad? Just wait until it settles?
Yeah, I'm not fucking with this. This is just a gamble here. When it's, I mean, we're literally jumping around 2 points at a time. Every time this little red triangle moves, it's about 2 points. And I mean, you're just begging to get a shit fill and begging to put yourself in some hot water.
Dude, I actually got filled. I took one lot and I shorted from 42.05 and caught it down to 41.94.
Gamble. Bad trade.
It was.
Yeah. Jared's not very good at listening.
Hey, shut up. It was one lot.
It doesn't matter if it's one lot or 100 lots, it's a bad trade.
It was.
And if you do things like that, subconsciously you're going to continue to have these bad habits, and it's going to, and I mean, you are a fucking degenerate ass gambler anyway, so you've got to really focus on not doing that. And I'm not saying that from a point of you know, mean. I'm just your friend, so
I know.
I'm just saying it.
Just your friend. Yeah, on a piece of paper that I read before I start trading every day. It says have a plan, no gambling. This ain't no casino. Better get good entries though.
Right. And that's one thing that, especially this week, that Jared's been focusing on, is just being patient and working on those entries, and he's traded really well this week. And I mean, that trade, you know, it did work, but it could have not worked, and it could have not worked very badly.
That was my one for the day, Brad. Okay, I got it out of my system. I sweated it for like all of 3 seconds, and then I hit the close button and took profit. I was like, okay, it worked.
True bros tell the truth. Yeah, that's I definitely believe that. If you've got friends and they can't handle a little constructive criticism, then they're probably just they're probably, there's something going on with them internally. You know what I mean? Hey, Hit a Mic, are you in the Discord? If you're not in the Discord, I can send you a link. The Discord link below doesn't work. That's, you know, purposely, because I don't want a bunch of fucking, you know, trolls joining the Discord. The only people that can invite the people to the Discord is me. And I kind of want to keep it like that, just so we don't get, you know, like I said, a bunch of trolls. A lot of selling here on this 96 through 93. Came in right there on this push back down.
I've seen this play before a time or two. I think it's going to keep going down. This is where they rip it up, so everybody gets that hope in them, and then they just start slowly shitting on them, just slowly taking their money, and people have that hope still that it's going to go back up.
Well, what's interesting about this too is that because we have value down here and the point of control is down here, if it does break, and it will probably break with some tempo, if it gets right here and you see responsive buying, especially if this E level does not break, do not get short, right? Because that's a trap down there. Let's see, there's the I low. We should break this last here. And remember, the settle is the target on this breakout. Not that I'm going to take this trade, because I'm not going to be sitting through it, but... Selling coming in, settles the target. And below that, you just watch that VPOC down there. That VPOC happens to be pretty much the value area low from yesterday too. And you had a big chunk of volume down there. I mean, we got like a 35-point range in this J period so far. That's a pretty decent. Look at that. It takes up like the whole screen. And then, you know, right back above. So it wasn't able to get to the settles. That makes me think that that J low is kind of mechanical as well. But it also makes me think that maybe selling is not as strong. And that was a lot of short covering once we got back down below the open. And then you had kind of the mad dash back to get out to close your position, right? And when you're a seller, you have to buy it back. And you probably had a bunch of people short, you know, here at 95, here at the 4,200, and, you know, maybe up here a little bit of volume there, but, you know, 4,200, probably a lot of people short. A lot of people are sweating it a little bit. And then we got below the open, they were like, shh, and started just to run for the door. And that's why the market rallied off short covering, maybe mixed with Oops. Oh fuck. What was that? What was that level? The 92. I think it was quarter. Apple's making a big red still. Microsoft has flipped red. Amazon's still red. Tesla's flipped red. Nvidia's jumping down 2% now. Facebook's down below a percent up. Google's about 0.5 up. The tick is pretty balanced today.
Yeah, it's just safest not to trade it. There was one time, Brad, I was like raging, and then the minutes came out. I was just in rage mode, and I put on like 6 or 8 lots. And I remember I made like 35,000 in like one trade. I was like, holy hell. And then I can tell you about 10 other times where I blew my account.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, you know, it's so nice to have a really big day. Like I had a really big day on Monday this week, and it's always nice when that happens. But if it happened, I mean, the way that it happened on Monday was just pure market structure. But if it were to happen on something like that, it gives you that like, oh, I can do this again. And then, like you said, yeah, like one day you make 35 grand, the other day you'll blow your entire account. So it's just better off to wait. And there's no shame in that. So if you feel like, you know, other people are trading this and making big gains, you know, just think about human nature and human psychology. Everyone wants to post their big winning days, right? You know, besides me, because I really, that's just not how I look at it. I just look at it as, you know, trading well. But nobody wants to post losing days, right? Because nobody wants to see that. That's not going to get a lot of likes. Like, look at this fucking dumbass. I mean, except for what's that guy? That guy that just goes like the wrong way on Bitcoin on purpose and just loses like a couple mil every day.
Crypto face.
No, not him. No, the Asian guy. What's his name? He's Korean, I think. I think Alex sent me his YouTube.
Dude, just look at that. Like after all the craziness, it's like back
Right where we
basically
started.
it was. Yeah.
Yep. We ended up taking that high, or taking the high of I, which was mechanical high, right? Because it was right at the prior day high, this 95 quarter, and the I low being right at the open, ended up taking them both out, and now the market is readjusting to inventory. So what happens is the market gets too long and has to correct, got too short, buy stops come in. At least that's what it looked like to me, that buy stops, and now we're kind of coming back to the upside. I'll be honest, unless we start to break down lower, I think tomorrow is going to be could be another update. If you look at value is pretty much overlapping, a little bit overlapping to higher, but unless these sellers show up or we see some capitulation from buyers, you could get more of the same tomorrow. This slow, you know, kind of grind to the upside. You know, especially if we can't break this Tuesday's low. And I'm not a huge fan of this J low either, to be honest. It looks mechanical off the settle. Back to that 80 level, right? This 80 level has been very key. See a little bit more buying off of it again. You're starting to see how much volume's coming in on that 80 now, right? 15K. Back to the 80. If they give up the 80, you know, it's just not looking good. Yeah, and they start to give it up with some tempo here. A little bit of buying off the open. That's just mechanical buying. Back and forth over this 80. Really below that 75. That seemed a spot where sellers were willing to initiate, but they just couldn't find any help. So below that, I don't know. I really just don't like this J low. So it's tough for me to be a buyer here, especially we're below that FOMC, but it's tough for me to treat this as support for now. Go, come on, Jay. And a break of that J low, if there's no buying off half back, probably, you know, back into lower value. Come on, you can do it. We trust you. Go down. They're trying to sell the shit out of this low here. And I feel like it's got to break. Back to the low. Come on, 1,200, 1,300 contracts traded on there, 1,400. Someone's trying to buy this, 1,600. Oh, this thing's fucking going down. Come on, just do it. Just break it for us so we can just get paid a little bit. Then you can have your thing back before Powell starts talking in 10 minutes. $3,000 there it is. Good boy. Now head us all the way back down to this 58 here, pal. So when we break levels like this, right, you had all of these short-term time frame traders buying. Well, now we're below, so what will they do? They'll sell. If initiated selling comes in, this thing can really start to pick up some tempo. $2,700 contracts trading on that 65 here. There goes that break. A rebound right there. So there's we found some responsive buying here now. So watch the 70 for price to auction back up. There it goes, back above the 70, back to the 70. So watch the 70 for sellers to try to resell. So we noticed as we broke that 65, right? We got a ton of volume here, broke it, and then responded it back right away. That's short covering. That's what that is right there. And now we're right back at it. It popped up to the 70, gave the sellers a chance to reoffer if that's what they were looking to do. They did. Popped it back down to the 70. Now we're back up to it. Or popped it down to the 65. Now we're back up to the 70, kind of battling lower in between the 65 and 70 now. Volume is thin and it's off that low. I'm not going to sit through. There's short covering again. Super thin, racing up. Ugh. Watch the 80 level, right? 80 level is our key level up here. As it's getting back to the 80, look for these sellers to try to hold it back below that. If not, you know, there's just as good of odds that this thing goes all the way to the high. like I said, if this J period came down and found responsive buying, that is going to be a little bit cheaper, or a little bit lower. I mean, cheaper price, but a little bit lower, but didn't quite get there. And you know, we saw, I mean, really just short covering is what it looked like to me. But there might have been some absorption down here as well.
I know you'll laugh at me when I say this, Brad, but right now it's meeting my criteria.
Criteria what for to go long?
Well, huge rip down. It went down, one candle at the bottom, reversal, went green. It ended up turning green after it went up higher than its previous open, or the previous close of the last one. I think we're going way back up.
Yeah.
I got long at 41.75, but I closed at 41.80. I just took 5 points, but I think we're gonna go way up.
Why not hold it then?
Because I'm scared. And I know. Well, I don't want to go into it, but I already know what you're gonna say, and I don't want to hear it. That's why.
I'm such a nag to you.
I know.
Yeah, well, I have to be because somebody has to. I'm like a spider monkey. I'm always on her back. I'm on that net.
I think it's because I'm up so much today, and I definitely met my my goal. So I just catch a little of it. Oh.
Yeah, so on days like that, when you're up, right? You still want to be managing risk, but let's say you still see opportunity in the market and you want to be letting it go. Let's say your profit target is 10 points for the day, and you're up, 15 points. Well, just draw a line in the sand. If you get back down to 10 points, you'll close the trade and you'll be happy with your total goal for the day. That's a good way to kind of set that up. That's what I do.
Let's see. I could do the math for you. Made 200 points today, Brad.
Nice. That's really good. Jesus. Is that in your PA account?
Yeah.
Damn. Are you trading a ES or MES?
ES.
Nice.
Oh, I should have stayed in that long. No, you know what? I'm happy with what I've done. I knew it was gonna go up, and I wasn't sure how much, but I was like, I think we're gonna go up right here, and would have got it, but didn't. So now I'm not trying to chase it.
Yeah, there's no need to chase on a day where you're up 200 points. That's just stupid.
Once it met my criteria, though, it was so hard because I'm like, this is what we talked about. I was like, I'm gonna put 4 long on right now, and I was like, no, don't do that.
All right, K period's opening up. We're opening up at the high from yesterday. So watch for this continuation. Remember, we're above that number, opening up above the high, above the Fed number, the FOMC number, impulse. Coming back inside the range from previous day. And if this is what we're looking for. Now that we've broken the high, remember, we weren't able to break the low. We broke the high. You want to look for acceptance. Acceptance above yesterday's range, that's something that you want to go with. I still like this 42.12 level up here as an opportunity to go down, but now you see the tempo is coming back down. And this is why you have to be patient and wait for those, wait for that acceptance, and let the market work out. And it might not work itself out before the market closes. It might stay this volatile until, the end of the day. And Powell's on right now. Let me find him real quick. YouTube. He not on? Where the fuck is he?
Down a lot if we are to have
I found him.
and improved resilient.
Okay, a little bit
It is
behind.
essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period
Josh
of
has him on
strong
his
labor market
channel.
conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and
So none of this is
stability,
new.
the current picture
I'll
is
tell you when
plain to
anything's
see.
new. So I could talk
The
over
labor
this. If
market
you
is
get mad, you're not
extremely
missing
tight,
anything.
And inflation is much too high.
Watch if bonds keep coming
Against
down.
this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by a half percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target rate for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are beginning the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet.
SPY
I'll
reacting
have
a
more to say
little
about
bit.
today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. After expanding at a robust 5.5% pace last year, overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter. Underlying momentum remains strong, however, as the decline largely reflected swings in inventories and
Can you turn
net
up the
exports,
volume on him, Brad, or
two
no?
volatile categories whose movements
okay.
last quarter likely carry little signal for future growth.
Yeah, it is a pink tie for your
Indeed,
bets.
household spending and business fixed investment continued to expand briskly. The labor market has continued to strengthen and is extremely tight.
Dollar's going
Over
up.
the first
Watch
3
out for
months
that.
of the year, employment rose by nearly 1.7 million jobs. In March, the unemployment rate hit a post-pandemic and near 5-decade low of 3.6%. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force
Watch what he says
participation
about
has
this, because
increased
the
somewhat,
actual things,
labor supply
they took out
remains
labor
subdued.
being
Still less
good.
volume than yesterday in
Employers
that
are having
last
difficulties
period,
filling
in
job
J
openings,
period.
and wages are
About
rising
2%.
faster.
SPY about to hit a
5%,
new low from
yeah,
the first
2%
drop.
less.
Inflation
Back
remains
below that
well
J-lo.
above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in March, total PCE prices rose 6.6%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 5.2%.
Honestly, he may not say anything
Aggregate
crazy until
demand
the
is strong,
questions come.
and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production
But
can
SPY is starting to
respond.
react.
Tempo's picking up.
Disruptions to supply have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services.
The 80% value area
The
trademark, yeah, it
surge in
did
prices
work out
of crude
nice.
oil and other
Nice.
commodities that
Facts.
resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So listen to
is
this. He's going to
creating
lead into
additional
China.
upward pressure on inflation.
This is it. This is
And
the quote.
COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to further exacerbate supply chain disruptions.
So this is all the statement. But that's what we
Russia's
need.
invasion of Ukraine is causing tremendous loss and hardship, and our thoughts and sympathies are with the people of Ukraine. Our job is to consider the implications for the U.S. economy, which remain highly uncertain.
So there you go. We're
In
dumping.
addition to
We're
the
coming
effects on
towards the
inflation,
lows now.
The invasion and related
The
events
puts are
likely
now
to
starting to
restrain
react,
economic
but they're not there
activity
yet. Watch
abroad
the premium.
and further disrupt supply chains, creating spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by
Remember,
our
this is
mandate
where we need to
promote
see a
maximum
strong
employment
reaction.
and
If we
stable
do break the
prices for
low,
American
a
people.
strong reaction needs to come here from the
My
buyers in
colleagues
order to
and
get
I
any
are
upside.
acutely aware
If
that
we don't
high
get a strong
inflation
reaction, I mean,
imposes
you've got
significant
volume all the way
hardship,
12
especially
to
on those
32,
least
so there's a
able to
huge
meet the
area
higher
here.
costs of
If we
essentials
don't get a strong
like
reaction
food,
out of this
housing,
area,
and
I think the
transportation.
lows are coming.
We are highly attentive to the risks that
and like
high
I said,
inflation
that
poses to
gap
both
down
sides of our
here
mandate.
is
and
at
we're strongly
37.
committed to restoring price
That's
stability.
where I see some buy stops possibly lurking.
Against the backdrop
that could
of
cause
a
the
rapidly
echoed the
evolving
inflation thing.
environment,
That's not
our
good.
policy has
That's
been
like
adapting,
the market
and it will
reacting.
continue to do so.
This is not
Says high inflation
Today's
poses
committee
significant
meeting,
hardships.
at today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a half percentage point. And
Again, this is
stated
all
that it
prepared, so
anticipates
you already
that
know
ongoing
everything he's saying right now.
increases in the target range will be
But I think as
appropriate.
he reiterates it, it's not
We
looking
also
good so
decided
far.
to begin the process of reducing the size of our balance sheet, which will play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy.
Oh, that's the direct link?
We are on a path to move our policy rate expeditiously to more normal levels,
Hi, I'm Pete Najarian. You see
assuming
me on
that
CNBC
economic and
talking
financial
about
conditions
unusual
evolve
option
in line with
activity.
expectations. Be on the table at the next couple of meetings. We'll make our decisions meeting by meeting as we learn from incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. And we will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal. With regard to our balance sheet, we also issued our specific plans for reducing our securities holdings. Consistent with the principles we issued in January, we intend to significantly reduce the size of our balance sheet over time in a predictable manner by allowing the principal payments from our securities holdings to roll off the balance sheet, up to monthly cap amounts. For Treasury securities, the cap will be $30 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $60 billion per month. The decline in holdings of Treasury securities
I'm
under
looking
this
for
monthly cap
Bitcoin
will
to maybe
include Treasury coupon
give us a
securities.
clue here on
and
what,
to the extent that coupon
what
securities
might
are
be the
less
next
than the
step.
monthly
If
cap,
Bitcoin really starts to
Treasury
break down,
bills.
I think there might be some opportunity for us
agency
to
mortgage-backed securities, the cap will be
head lower.
$17.5 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $35 billion per month. At the current level of mortgage rates, the actual pace of agency MBS runoff would likely be less than this monthly cap amount. Our balance sheet decisions are guided by our maximum employment and price stability goals, and in that regard, we'll be prepared to adjust any of the details of our approach in light of economic and financial developments. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well-positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Here comes the good part, questions. This is where we may get the reaction. Remember, we're pretty much just filling in this middle balance,
Chair
like we
Powell,
kind
the
of talked about.
unemployment
That
rate at
would make sense.
3.6%
So
in March is now essentially at the
these
level
questions are going to be
that the
key
committee
here.
had expected would prevail over the next 3 years, and at the bottom end of FOMC participants' projections for the longer run rate that you submitted in the projections at the last meeting. How has your outlook for further declines in the unemployment rate changed since March? What does this imply for your inflation forecast? And how has your level of confidence changed with regard to the feasibility of slowing hiring without pushing the economy into recession? Thanks.
Thank you. So you're right. 3.6% unemployment is just about as low as it's been in 50 years. And I would say that I expect, and committee members generally expect, that we'll get some additional participation. So people will be coming back into the labor force. We've seen that, particularly among prime age people. And that will, of course, tend to hold the unemployment rate up a little bit. I would also expect, though, that job creation will slow. Job creation has been at more than 500,000 per month in recent months, very, very strong, particularly for this stage of the economy. And so we think with fiscal policy less supportive, with monetary policy less supportive, we think that job creation will slow as well. So it is certainly possible that the unemployment would go down further. So I would expect those to be relatively limited because of the additional supply and also just the slowing in job creation. Implications for inflation, really the wages matter a fair amount for companies, particularly.
Yeah, I don't know,
Double
R. I'm going to have to read the minutes later today and kind of decipher it from there.
And
a lot of the shit that he's talking about is just,
or good illustration, really, of how tight the labor market really is. The fact that wages are
I don't
running at the highest
have
level in
a really high, keen understanding
of
of
imbalance between supply
these
and demand
numbers,
in the labor market.
and I
So
honestly
we think
don't.
through our policies, through further healing in the labor market,
I honestly don't
higher rates,
put a lot
for
of
example,
weight on the
vacancy
numbers and
filling
stuff
things
because
like
there's
that,
just no point.
and more people coming back in. We like to think that supply and demand will come back into balance.
We
and
have that
therefore
that guy Martin
wage
that's in our
inflation will
trade room is
moderate. There's
teaches
still high levels of
economics at a
wage
college,
increases,
and he
but
said
but
he's
ones that
never
are more
met an
consistent with
economist that's a
2%
good trader.
inflation.
And so following those numbers,
Your third question was.
All we can do is compare them to history, but it's so hard because we don't trade the left side of the chart; we trade the right side of the chart. So
I guess I would say it this way.
I just don't even kind of waste my time. I just look for key things.
There's a path. There's a
key
path by
here
which
being is that we
would
did
be
not
able
break
to have
yesterday's low yet.
demand,
Still,
moderate.
and if we don't break
in the labor
yesterday's
market
low, like I said, I think tomorrow's
and-
can be upside.
And therefore have vacancies come down without unemployment going up, because vacancies are at such an extraordinarily high level. They're 1.9 vacancies for every unemployed person, 11.5 million vacancies, 6 million unemployed people. So, and we haven't been in that place on the vacancy, sort of the vacancy unemployed curve, the beverage curve. We haven't been at that sort of level of a ratio in the modern era. So in principle, it seems as though by moderating demand, we could see vacancies come down, and as a result, and they could come down fairly significantly, and I think put supply and demand at least closer together than they are, and that would give us a chance to have get inflation down, get wages down, and then get inflation down without having to slow the economy and have a recession and have unemployment rise materially. So there's a path to that. Now, I would say I think we have a good chance to have a soft or softish landing or outcome, if you will, and I'll give you a couple of reasons for that. One is households and businesses are in very strong financial shape. You're looking at excess savings on balance sheets, excess in the sense that they're substantially larger than the prior trend. Businesses are in good financial shape. The labor market is, as I mentioned, very, very strong.
Powell says it doesn't seem that we are anywhere close to a downturn.
Anywhere close to a downturn. Therefore, the economy is strong and is well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. So, but I'll say I do expect that this will be very challenging. It's not going to be easy, and it may well depend, of course, on events that are not under our control. But our job is to use our tools to try to achieve that outcome, and that's what we're going to do.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You talked about using 50 basis point rate hikes or the possibility of them in coming meetings. Might there be something larger than 50? Is 75 or a percentage point possible? And perhaps you could walk us through your calibration. Why 1 month or one meeting should we expect at 50? Why something bigger? Why something smaller? What is the reasoning for the level of the amount of tightening? Thank you.
Sure. So 75 basis point
here, huh?
In an increase is not something the committee is actively considering. What we are doing is
I like that guy's
basis
question.
points today. And,
Yeah, that was a good
and we've
question.
said that, again, assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve.
He said that.
in
So
ways
the
that are
reason
consistent with our
that
expectations,
this thing's
there's a broad sense
probably
on the committee
bouncing
that
up hard
additional
here is
50
because
basis increases should
he
be
said
on-
that he
50 basis point
doesn't
increase should be on the
see a
table for the
double
next couple of
point
meetings. So
or
we're going
double
to make those decisions at the
hike
meetings, of
necessary.
course, and we'll be paying close attention to the incoming data and the evolving outlook,
12 is
as
right
well as to
there.
financial conditions. And
Oof.
finally, of course, we will be communicating to the public about what our expectations will be as they evolve. So the test is really just, as I laid it out, economic and financial conditions.
Did anybody
evolving
take this
broadly
long?
in line with expectations? And I think expectations are.
I mean, I
that we'll
talked about it,
start to
but I
see
didn't take it,
inflation,
remember?
Flattening out.
I don't remember you talking about it. I remember me talking about it.
Not necessarily declining yet, but we'll see more evidence. We've seen some evidence that core PCE inflation is is perhaps
taking
either
it,
reaching a peak or flattening out. We want to know. We'll
did
want to know
exactly
more
what
than
we
just
talked.
some
Like, I
evidence.
mean,
we want to really feel
we did
like we're
not
making some
break that
progress
low.
there.
Right, we
And-
didn't
but I
break
mean,
the previous day's
We're
low.
gonna make these decisions, and
it's
there'll be a
just-
lot more information. I
that's,
just think we want to see.
you know, there's
we
your
wanna see that
sign, your
information
market
as we get
profile
there. It's a
sign.
very difficult environment to try to give forward
We can
guidance
just get to 12,
60, 90 days in
and I'll
advance.
just
There are
quit
just so many
for
things
the
that can
day.
happen in the economy and around the world. So, you know, we're leaving ourselves room to look at the data and make a decision as we get there.
I'm sorry, but if inflation is lower 1 month and the unemployment rate higher, would that be something that we would calibrate towards a lower?
I closed my long right
increase
there.
in the-
That's
in the
that's all
funds
I've
rate,
got
or,
left in the tank.
1 month is not
mentally.
No, 1 month's reading.
It could keep going.
Doesn't tell
It
us
does
much.
look like it wants to
You know,
keep
we wanna
going,
see
but
evidence
I just don't
that
want to stay
inflation
up here
moving
because
in
I
a
think there might be
direction that
some
gives us more comfort.
opportunity for
As I said,
responsive
we've got
selling
2
to come
months
back
now
in, and I
where-
don't want
where core
to get
inflation
caught in that.
is a little lower, but we're not looking at that as a reason to take some comfort. You know, I think we need to really see that our expectation is being fulfilled, that inflation, in fact, is under control and starting to come down. But again, it's not like we would stop. We would just go back to 25 basis point increases. It'll be a judgment call when these meetings arrive. But our expectation is if we see what we expect to see, then we would have 50 basis point increases
They
on
took
the
the
table
long
at
for
the
2
next
points
2 meetings.
to set up the runner.
Let's go to Colby.
Oh yeah, you'd have to just.
Thank you. Colby
You'd
Smith
have to
from the
just
Financial
put.
Times.
You'd have to set it up
Given
with
the
one with like a
expectation that
far
inflation,
take
will
profit and
remain
just
well
manually
above the
adjust
Fed's
it on
target at
days like
year-end,
we're.
what constitutes
you're
a
getting
neutral
chaos.
policy setting in terms of the Fed funds rate? And to what extent is it appropriate for policy to move beyond that level at some point this year?
So, neutral. When we
Keep
talk about the
raging.
neutral rate, we're really talking about the rate that neither pushes economic activity higher nor slows it down. So it's a concept,
Ripping
really.
up.
It's not something we can identify with any precision. So we estimate it within broad bands of uncertainty. And the current estimates on the committee are sort of 2 to 3%. And also, that's a longer run estimate. That's an estimate for an economy that's at full employment. and
Everything
2%
is looking
inflation.
green. The breath is
So
flipped to green.
Really, what
everything
we're
is green
doing
except
is
real
we're
estate here.
raising
You're
rates
at
expeditiously
2.25
to what we see as the
breath. Look at the
broad
breath.
range of
The
plausible
advance
levels
declines back over zero.
of neutral.
The,
but we know that there's not a
the
bright
breath is over
line
zero.
drawn on the
Apple's
road
getting
that tells
close
us
to
when we
that
get there. So
high.
we're going to be
Look
looking
at the
at financial
tick
conditions.
all the
right?
way
Our-
up at
our policy
1500,
affects
just
financial
raging to
conditions,
the
and
upside.
financial
Everyone just
conditions affect the economy.
smashing
So we're
and
going to be
lifting
looking
the
at the
offer.
effect of our policy moves on financial conditions. Are they tightening appropriately? And then we're going to be looking at the effects on the economy. And we're going to be making a judgment about whether we've done enough to get us on a path to restore price stability. It's that. So if that path happens to evolve levels
Back up
that
into
are
these single prints
higher
up
than
here.
estimates of neutral, then we will not hesitate to go to those
One tick
levels.
short
We
right
won't.
there, closing them.
But again, there's a sort of false precision in the discussion that we as policymakers don't really feel. You know, you're going to raise rates and
The
you're gonna
dollar's
be
getting smacked?
kind of inquiring how that is affecting the economy through financial conditions. And of course, if higher rates
Fucking
are required,
shit,
then
you're
we
not
won't
kidding.
hesitate to deliver them.
Let's look at.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin of Axios.
So this is what we've been talking about, guys. This is the setup
Inflationary psychology is changing that.
that we've been talking about. Let's look at the euro futures. Are they getting a boost when the dollar's going down, or are they getting a smackarooski still? Computer fucking loaded, so.
So we don't really see strong evidence of that yet, but that does not in any way make
So
us
they're getting that
comfortable.
boost.
I think if you look at short-term inflation expectations, they're quite elevated. And you can look at that and say, well, that's because people expect inflation to come down. And in fact, inflation expectations come down fairly
Webcams, chat,
sharply.
XYZ, adult
Longer-term
dating
inflation
site.
expectations
Thank you
are-
for joining
have
our
been
chat
reasonably
and letting
stable,
us
but have
know
moved
where
up
we can
to- but
find
only to levels
the
where they
best
were in
adult
2014
dating sites.
by some measures.
Oh, he's spamming the shit out of
So
us. Somebody block
You
him.
can look at that, and I think that's a fair description of the picture.
Man, he's
but,
just going in, bro.
It's
Thank
really
you for
about
the comments.
risks.
Just keep
we
getting
don't
it
see
in.
a wage price spiral. We see that companies have the ability to raise prices, and they're doing that, but there have been price shocks. So I just think it takes you back to the basic point was that we know we need to expeditiously move our policy rate up to ranges of more normal, neutral levels, and we need to look around and keep going. if we don't see that financial conditions have tightened adequately or that the economy is behaving in ways that suggest that we're not where we need to be. So you don't see those things yet, but I would say there's no basis for feeling comfortable about that. It's a risk that we simply
Yeah,
can't.
now I wish I would have held my long.
We can't run that
Dude,
risk.
I think we're gonna start going down.
Wage price spiral to happen.
If this
We
candle
can't allow
closes
inflation
red right
expectations
here
to become
on the
unanchored.
5 minute,
It's just
I'll
something
bet
that-
you
that
would
we
go
can't
down.
allow to happen, and so we'll look at it that way.
The difference of down and up, of my difference and your difference are different.
Great. Thanks, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. You mentioned in
You're
the
different.
statement
Your down is like
both
5
downside
points,
risks to
and that
inflation
counts
No,
as
if we go
down.
down, I bet you would go back down to
Obviously, those
4180.
are very much supply shocks rather than
Forty-one
demand
eighty. That's
side.
your target.
And I wonder what you
Yeah,
hope
that's
to convey by adding them.
I mean, that's been a big level today, 4180.
I
So
wonder
that
what
would
you
make
meant to convey
sense.
by adding those.
Well, so we
That's the smartest thing I heard you say.
Our tools don't really
This
work on
candle
supply
needs to close
shocks.
red.
Our
Hey,
tools
shut
work
up.
on demand. And to the extent we can't affect really oil prices or other commodity prices or food prices and things like that. So we can't affect those. But there's a job to do on demand, and that you can see that in the labor market where demand is substantially in excess of supply of workers, and you can see it in the product markets as well. But I guess I'm just pointing out that a couple of things. For both the situation in Ukraine and the situation in China, they're likely to both add to headline inflation, and people are going to be suffering from that. You know, people almost suffer more from food and energy shocks than, but even though they don't actually tell us much about the future path. So, but the second thing is that they're both capable of preventing further progress in supply chains healing, and so, or even making supply chains temporarily worse. So they're going to weigh on the process of global supply chain healing, which is going to affect broader inflation too. So in a way, they're two further negative shocks that have hit really in the last, 60 days, 90 days.
A break above this 3675. I mean, we're at kind of that point of control.
Victoria
Remember,
Buda from
we did this the other day.
I want to follow up on
do it again
that
real
because
quick.
you all have obviously highlighted that there are both supply and demand issues at play in inflation. And I'm just wondering, if these supply chain issues continue because of Russia, because of China, or just because these things take a while to work out.
So this
Does getting back down to your 2%
has
mandate
our next kind of volume
require
chunk
that these
above
supply chain issues
our
get
big
resolved since you can only
combined
handle
profile
the
for
demand
that
side, as you
balance that
said,
we could balance.
or will you have to crimp demand maybe even further if the supply chain issues don't resolve themselves in order to try and get inflation back down to where you want it to be?
Close in the
So,
red.
I'll just say for now, we're focused on doing the job we need to do on demand, and there's plenty to be done there. Again, if you look at it, it's essentially almost 2-to-1 vacant job vacancies to unemployed people. There's a lot of excess demand. There are more than 5 million more employed plus job openings than there are the size of the
Good
labor
odds that
force.
we
So
open up
there's
with
an
some
imbalance
single
there
prints up here.
that we have to do our work on. It's a very difficult
K
situation.
period, or next bar opens up,
Look at core inflation, which wouldn't
in
include
7
the
minutes.
commodity price shocks. And that's one of the reasons we would tend to focus on that, because we can have more of an effect on that. But it would be a very difficult situation. I mean, we have to be sure that inflation expectations remain anchored. And I mean, that's part of our job too. So we'd be watching that carefully, and it puts any central bank in a
Jesus
very
Christ.
difficult situation.
I just held that long. You know what? And that's a kind of key thing too. And this is something that I struggle with still to this day.
One quick one. You cited the 1.9 to 1
And
figure,
it's something that
so often now I
James
gotta
helps
ask
me
you, what
work
would be a good
through
figure there? What would you like
as
to
far
see that come down
far
to?
as
I
like,
think that you're sort of a
just being comfortable in the trade. So I cut my trade at 12 because that was my
And
target,
secondly, on helping
and I'm sticking to my trade plan.
how
But there
much are you
was
counting
really
on wealth
nothing in this
effects
area
through,
that told
stock
me,
market channels,
I mean, we did have a little
equity
pullback.
markets
It pulled back
quite a
not
bit
even to
since
4,200, I don't
first
think,
of
on
the
that
year.
pullback. And
How are you mapping that into household
so there's really no
consumption?
reason to
Have they
get out
come
of the
down
trade.
enough?
I should have left
Needed
a
another leg down
runner
in equity values to think that,
opportunity.
households
And
are
on
gonna
days like this,
stop
and I even
spending at the
fucking
rate
talked
you
about it. I said, if it goes, we got to go with it.
Okay,
And
so in terms of the vacancy,
broke above yesterday's high
employment
and
ratio, We don't have a goal in mind.
No, it's just
There's
going.
no specific number that we're saying we got to get to that.
But I mean, you
it's
know,
really you've got to
the
get
reason
to a place
I,
where
want to
the
share
labor
information
market
like
appears to
that,
be
because if
more in
this is something
balance.
that
And
happens to you,
that
where
depends
you're
not only
having,
on the level of those
sometimes
things,
where
but
you just
also it depends
cut a trade
on
short when you,
how well the matching function in the labor market
just wanted to be out of the trade.
The longer the
all you can do is just write down what happened, so you can go back and when you evaluate your trades at the end of the week or whenever you do,
to help. So there isn't a specific number. I will say we
write
were
down the emotions and the things that you're seeing, because you're not in a trade anymore, so you should be able to easily write them down. And then
we're not shooting for any
when
particular
they
number. What we'd like to see is progress.
come by again, or when they show up again, you can
we're looking at wages and we're looking at ultimately inflation.
Be prepared or more comfortable.
So there, there
we have these single prints above 65, 75 to 70. And remember, we had this poor high up here.
Spending,
so let's see if the market wants to get up there and fix that poor high.
Asset values broadly, and there are big models with a lot of different channels that are related to that. We
the
don't
3
we
a.m.
don't focus
trader
on
in the
one
chat.
market,
What's up,
the equity
James?
market or the housing market.
He said Jared
we focus on
equals
financial conditions
dice.
broadly. So we wouldn't be targeting any one market, as you suggest, for
James?
going up or down, or taking a view on whether it's at a good level or a bad level. We just would be looking at very broad measures of financial conditions, all the different financial conditions indexes.
Everyone's been missing you, James.
Which include equity, but they also include debt and other many.
They got so used to seeing those big arms. It's like motivation for them. One day, my arms are gonna be as big as James's arms.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel here from the Washington Post. To follow up from your message from the very beginning, what is your message to the American people about when they will start to feel the effects of, say, a 50 basis point rate
So here's
hikes
that
or multiple
4250,
hikes?
right? This is where
How do you explain to
when
them
we
what that
combined
does
the
to
weekly
their grocery
balance, this was
bill
that
or their
other
rent
cluster
or
of
their gas
volume
bill?
that was up above value. So it would make sense if you start
the first
to
thing
see
to say
sellers
is that
start to
we
show
understand,
up a little
and
bit.
some of us are old enough to
around
have lived
this
through
area
high
here
inflation,
now.
and many aren't. But
remember, we have
it's very
that poor
unpleasant.
high,
It's
like we've talked about.
it's just
poor
something
highs
people
are not
don't
as important
when
on,
they experience it for the first time. You're paying more for the same thing.
when they're with the
If you're
trend and the
a
trend
normal
goes down, so that poor high is not
economic
really as
person,
important.
then you're
it makes sense if some
probably
sellers
don't
try to
have that
show up
much
in this
extra
50
to spend, and it's
60,
immediately
70
hitting your
level
spending on groceries,
responsibly.
on gasoline, on energy, and
what's
things
the
like
top
that.
of
So
that?
we understand the pain involved.
Apple's breaking the
So,
high.
How do you get out of
Everything's
that?
flipped back to
And
green
the
except Amazon. Amazon
it's
is
our
almost
job
green here.
to make sure that inflation of that unpleasant high nature doesn't get entrenched in the economy. That's what we're here for. One of the main things we're here for. Perhaps the most fundamental thing we're here for. And the way we do that is we try to get supply and demand
balance high
back
was
in
43035. That was our balance high, weekly balance high.
so that the economy is under less stress and inflation will go down. Now, the process of getting there involves higher rates, so higher mortgage rates, higher borrowing rates, and things like that. So it's not going to be pleasant either. But in the end, everyone is better off. Everyone, particularly people on fixed incomes and at the lower part of the income distribution, are better off with stable prices. And so we need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can. We think we have a good chance to do it without a significant increase in unemployment or really sharp slowdown. But ultimately, we think about the medium and longer term, and everyone will be better off if we can get this job done. The sooner, the better.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with the Fox Business Network. So you've talked in the past about consumer spending and how that's drives the economy. Are you concerned with this high level of inflation that the consumer will stop spending, pushing us into, and what's the level of your concern, pushing us into a recession?
And so let's talk about what's going on here, right? So we're above
The
that
economy is,
FOMC meeting, right? There's going to be opportunities to fade if you're a savage. But what we're looking for here is if you missed the initial trade or you're not in a trade now, if the market does pull back, where should we look to see responsive buyers showing up? When we see a good cluster of volume on the 30, that will be our first market. Buyers come in, seeing volume form here, that might be the opportunity.
If you look at the labor market,
this could be that push to the
for
upside.
people who are out of work and looking, there are lots of job opportunities.
Below this turns into a
wages are moving up at rates that haven't been seen in quite a long time. So it's a good time to be a worker looking to
give up of this 4210
either change
would
jobs
probably
or
push us back to that
get a wage
80
increase in
level
their
that Jerry
current
was
job.
talking
So
about.
it's a strong economy, and nothing about it suggests
blow
that
this out a little bit.
it's close to or vulnerable to
these
a
real
recession.
quick.
Now, of course, given
We
events
can
around the world
see
and
here,
fading fiscal policy
doesn't
effects
too
and,
much.
and
There we
higher
go.
rates,
We can see that balance that we were talking about, right? The high is up there, a little bit higher than the chart goes.
Last year was an
But what we're
extraordinarily
looking for is acceptance
strong growth
back
year
inside
as we
this
recovered
balance.
from the
And it
pandemic,
looks
as I
like
mentioned,
we
growth over
didn't get that
5%,
strong
but
reaction
most
off point of control.
forecasters
Some
have
volume came in.
growth
That was
this
the
year
10.
at a solid pace,
Really, it
above
was 4,200,
2%.
4,212.
We've talked
right? That's
with
kind of the big volume
economists
area
who
that came in.
have advised
Push
Democrats
price
and
up.
Republican
We're now
presidents
getting the next
who both
period
said
opening
that,
up. And
that
so
the Fed is so far
you're
behind
looking
the
for
curve
it
on
to
inflation that
continue,
a recession is
get
inevitable.
acceptance and push for that high.
So, and as I said, I think we have a good chance to restore price stability without a recession, without a severe
Powell said-
downturn, and without materially
Powell's just full of
higher
shit.
unemployment.
He said
And I mentioned
there's
the
a
reasons
good
for that.
chance that
So
we don't go
I
into
see
a
a strong
recession.
economy now. I see a very strong labor market,
Price
for example.
stability.
Businesses can't find the people to hire. They can't find them. So typically in a recession, you would have unemployment. Now you have surplus demand. So there should be room, in principle, to reduce that surplus demand without putting people out of work. The issue will come that we don't have precision surgical tools. We have essentially interest rates, the balance sheet, and forward guidance, and they're famously blunt tools. They're not capable of surgical precision. So I would agree. No one thinks this will be easy. No one thinks it's straightforward, but there's certainly a plausible path to this, and I do think we've got a good chance to do that. And our job is not to rate the chances. It is to try to achieve it. So that's what we're doing. There are a range of opinions, though. And
Our
that's
hour has
only
begun.
Appropriate.
Steve Dorsey.
Thanks, Steve Dorsey, CBS. You mentioned earlier, just now, fading fiscal policy. Do you feel that the Fed has been supported enough from policies at the White House and in Congress in combating inflation?
It's really the Fed that has responsibility for price stability, and we take whatever arrives at the Fed in terms of fiscal activity. We take it as a given.
yen
We don't
pulled back.
evaluate it. We don't. It's not our job, really. We don't have an oversight function there, and we look at it as our job given all the factors that are happening, to try to sustain maximum employment and price stability. So,
Look at the euros coming back up to that
Congress or the
weekly
administration has ways to
trading
help with
range,
inflation.
right? Remember we
I would
snuck
encourage
below
that,
it,
but I'm not going to get
below
into
the weekly,
making
and we're in
recommendations
that monthly,
or
coming
anything
back
like
up
that.
to that weekly
It's really
trading
not our
range,
role. We
which
need to
could
stay in our
act as
lane
resistance.
and do
And
our
you have your
job. When we get
daily
inflation
up at,
back under control,
at
then maybe
108,
I can,
which is pretty far away, but this is starting
give
to give
other
up a
people
little
advice.
bit.
Right now, we need to focus on focus on doing our job, and I'll stick to that. Stick in our lane.
Dollar's starting to catch a bid at the bottom as well, so be careful here. This could start to fade a bit. Not that you should be
Steve
looking
Matthews
to
with
fade.
Bloomberg
Just be
News.
careful that if you're a buyer here,
A
it
number
might
of your
start
colleagues
to fade.
have said that rates will need to go above neutral into a restrictive territory to bring down inflation. One, do you agree with that? And two, you recently spoke in great praise of Paul Volcker, who had the courage to bring inflation down with recessions in the 1980s. And while it's certainly not your desire, and the soft landing is the big hope of everyone, would this FOMC have the courage to endure recessions to bring inflation down if that were
this
the
is a
only
good
way
question.
necessary?
So I think it's certainly possible that we'll need to move policy to levels that we see as restrictive as opposed to just neutral.
Well, look at this up move here, guys. This is what I want you guys to be careful of. This up move here, remember we're still in a downtrend. The volume is not supporting this upside move.
I'll say again, there's no bright line.
Barely above the volume from yesterday, which is still a little bit elevated volume, but nothing
what our policy stance is
yet.
and what the market is forecasting for it. You're looking at financial conditions and how that's affecting the economy and making a judgment.
We know that when
we won't be
profiles are
arguing about
stretched
whose
out
model
like
of the
this with
neutral
very
rate
thin
is
volume at
better
every
than the other one.
a
It's
lot
much
of
more
levels,
about a practical
it's a
application
big
of
sign
our
of
policy tools.
emotion in the
And
market.
we're absolutely prepared to do that. It wouldn't hesitate if that's what is taken. So I am, of course,
Apple's
who
at
isn't an admirer of Paul
2.5%
Volcker.
here. Hold off
I shouldn't
the
be
highs,
singled
though.
out in this respect, but I knew him just a little bit and have tremendous admiration for him. And but I would phrase it this way: he had the courage to do what he thought was the right thing. That's what it was. It wasn't that it wasn't a particular thing. It was that he always did what he thought was the right thing. If you read his last autobiography, that really comes through. So that's the test. It isn't will we do one particular thing. I would say we see restoring price stability as absolutely essential for the country in coming years. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anybody, really. And so it's really essential, particularly for the labor market. If you think about it, if you look at the last cycle, we had a very, very longest expansion cycle in our recorded history. And in the last 2-3 years, you had the benefits of this tight labor market going to people in the lower quartiles, and it was, racial wealth and income, not wealth, but income gaps were coming down, wage gaps. So it's a really great thing. We'd all love to get back to that place, but to get back to anything like that place, you need price stability. So we've been hit by historically large inflationary shocks since the pandemic. This isn't anything like regular business. We have a pandemic. We have the highest unemployment, since the Depression. Then we have this outsized response from fiscal policy and monetary policy. Then we have inflation. Then we have a war in Ukraine, which is cutting the commodity, patch in half. And now we have these shutdowns in China. So it's been a series of inflationary shocks that are really different from anything people have seen in 40 years.
Where to find adult websites.
We have to look through that and look at the economy that's coming out the other side. And we need to somehow find price stability out of
all
this.
The sectors look strong here.
It's obviously going to be
Apple's coming back up towards the high right now.
Numerous supply shocks, which are
and Apple's kind of leading the charge. I mean, Google's up 2.5% as well. Take a look at this here. We got to look at the bang. Look at the rip up in all of these. Right?
Thank you,
down,
Chris Rugaber and
a significant amount. Look at
earlier
Facebook.
You
really
said that if necessary, I think were the words that you would.
Look at Facebook. On the,
turned out to be
on the
necessary,
30-minute, look at this change, right? Facebook was basically trending down all day, had one pullback.
Given where inflation is
getting a nice
and
little pump
the hot economy is,
that.
certainly the hot labor market as you described it, why still the hesitation? I mean, shouldn't it be?
Just remember perspective,
what else do you need
guys,
to see in order to determine that?
Now that we've already had this rip up, and this is kind of what I was thinking
level
was probably going to happen tomorrow, but gave it to us today.
So if I said necessary, I meant to say appropriate. We're not going to be erecting a high barrier for this. It's more if we think it's appropriate.
I mean, not long term, but like medium term.
The point is we're a very long way from neutral now.
Just because
we're moving there expeditiously, and we'll continue to do so. And we don't have to make. We can't.
Real. I mean, this is a nice move up. Don't get me wrong, nice move up, but we haven't broken any significant levels back to the upside yet.
We'll be on
until we do
on the table to be made.
Still wanting to exercise some caution.
And
we haven't had anything that says money printer's back on, and
so it's not that we're
time
not
to go burr.
We don't want to making that decision today wouldn't really mean anything. But I'll say again, if we do believe that it's appropriate to go to those levels, we won't hesitate.
Mike McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The balance sheet, why did you decide to wait until June 1st to begin letting securities roll off and not immediately start in the middle of this month, say? And do you have a newer or a better estimate for the monetary policy impact of letting the balance sheet decline? And then finally, I'm just curious why you felt the need to address the American people at the top of your remarks. Are you concerned about Fed credibility with the American people?
So why June 1? It was just pick a date, and that happened to be the date that we picked. It was nothing magic about it. It's not going to have any macroeconomic significance over time. We just picked that. Sometimes we publish these calendars on the first day of the month, and that's what we're doing. I wouldn't read anything into it. In terms of the effect, I mean, I would just stress how uncertain the effect is of shrinking the balance sheet. We run these models, and everyone does in this field, and make estimates of what will be how do you measure, a certain quantum of balance sheet shrinkage compared to quantitative easing. And, these are very uncertain. I really can't be any clearer. There won't be any clearer. People estimate that that broadly on the path we're on, and this will be taken probably too seriously, but sort of 1/4%, one rate increase over the course of a year at this pace. But I would just say with very wide uncertainty bands, very wide. We don't really know. There are other estimates that are much
Very
smaller than
wide,
that, by the
he
way,
said,
and some of
very
you may
wide.
have read
Like a
about
tuna
that.
can.
That's kind of a mainstream estimate. We know that it is part of returning to more normal, more neutral financial conditions. And our strategy is to set up a plan and have it operate, and really have the interest rate be the active tool of monetary policy. In terms of speaking to the American
Apple's looking to
people,
break its
I
high.
feel like sometimes I want to remind us really that that's who we work for, and that it's inflation that people are feeling all over the country, and it's very important that they know that we know how painful it is, and that we are working hard on fixing it. I thought it was quite important to do that, and so that was really the thinking behind that.
I've been long on Luna since
Do you think the Fed
'84.
has a credibility problem?
No, I don't.
84,
And
80,
a good example of why would be that,
It's still going.
so in the fourth quarter of last year, as we started talking about tapering sooner and then raising rates this year,
Nice.
you saw financial markets
It's a little
reacting
bit of a hit on
very
CRO, though.
appropriately, not to bless any
That's up now.
particular day's measure, but the way financial markets, the forward rate curve has tightened in response to our guidance and our actions really amplifies our policy. I mean, it's monetary policy is working through expectations now to a very large extent. We've only done 2 rate increases.
What's
but
that
if you look at-
92.3
if you look at
level
financial conditions, the 2-year has
on
the 2-year is at
on Luna when you
280
get
now
up
in
there?
September.
If
I
it gets
think
up there, I mean, it's
20
coming back
basis
into the
points.
low balance here,
And
but if
that's
it gets
all
back
through
up
the
there
economy.
to that
People are feeling
92.3
those higher rates
level,
already.
just
And
be ready to
so
pull the trigger
that
if
that
you
shows
start
that
to
the
see some
markets think
weakness.
that our forward guidance is credible, and I think
Gotcha.
that's we want to keep it that way.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Scott Horsley, did you have your hand up? Okay. Brian, Chung.
Hi there, Brian Chung with Yahoo Finance. To expand on Steve's question about Paul Volcker, there was also a great pain that came with that as well. Higher interest rates obviously affecting households and businesses, and wondering how you kind of square what might be demand destruction. Are you already seeing that? Is the idea here to incentivize a lack of spending, to decrease consumption, to perhaps table business investments? Is that essentially what's happening through this hiking cycle? Thanks.
Well, so as I mentioned, you can see places where their demand is substantially in excess of supply, and what you're seeing as a result of that is prices going up. And at
The breath is, I mean, look at
levels
this
that are not
breath here.
consistent with
Everything's
2%
flipped to
inflation.
green. Breath is
And so
4.3,
what our
3.5.
tools
Look
do
at
is as we raise interest
everyone is
rates,
just lifting the
demand
offer, lifting the
moderates.
offer, lifting
It
the offer.
moves
This thing's
down.
just,
Interest
there's
rates,
no
businesses
selling.
will invest a little bit less, consumers and
This is
will
kind of
spend
like
a little bit less.
what
That's
we
how it
had.
works.
If
But
you guys remember,
ultimately,
let me turn
getting
Powell
the-
down a
getting
little bit. He's
supply
not really
and
saying
back,
anything crazy right now.
balance
Remember on this day here,
what gives the economy a footing where people can
and
lead
this day here as well,
lives
but
and not worry about inflation.
this day here, when we traded down and finished on the low, we didn't see any volume all the way down until the very end of the day, and that was basically telling us that buying was shut off, right? Buyers just shut off. It was like they're on strike. They had their signs out, and they're like, we won't buy without representation, right? Taxation without representation. And the next day, very similar, buying shut off, and then boom. And we're kind of seeing the opposite of that right now as we approach that top of balance. Oh, there is that old Fed move. We do have it. 4307.50.
65.25, I think we're gonna keep ripping up.
Aggressive. So could you talk about the thinking?
65.25. Yeah, I mean, so this area here is it's a big area that has opportunity for responsive selling to show up. This is a very dangerous area here from this kind of 70 to 4,300.
With what the data were saying, if you remember, there were a couple of weak jobs reports, and inflation had actually come month by month. Inflation had come down till September, a few months in a row.
It wicked at 40.
And then around the end of October, we got 3 or 4 really strong readings.
Getting up to those single prints, that poor high. So now we have a mechanical high, which is a weak high.
The restatement of the jobs numbers, it looked like the job market was much more even and stronger in the second half of the year, but that hadn't happened yet. Anyway, we got an ECI reading, Employment Compensation Index reading, the Friday before the November meeting. Then we got a really strong jobs report. Then we got a really high CPI report. And so I think it became clear to the committee that we needed to adjust and adapt. And we have. Ever since then, really ever since then, we've been adapting. The committee moved by the time of the December meeting to a meeting of 3 rate increases, then to a meeting of 7 rate increases at the March meeting. And that process is going on, and it's clearly continuing. And that's why I say, and I actually mentioned this at the March meeting, that no one should look at any single SEP as sort of a real resting place for 90 days, because we're in a fast evolving situation, and that's what's happened. You can see unanimous vote today, of course, and I told you the guidance that broad support on the committee.
Breadth is 4.5, and on the NYSE 3.5 on the NASDAQ.
You're right, and by the way, other forecasters have been doing the same thing.
Careful here if we pop up, run the singles, and come back down below this chunk of volume. So if we get back down below 62 after a pop up, be careful if you're long. Because there's a thin spot right below it. You see that 58, real thin volume, and then again 52. You know, watch this here. Let's see if we're going to run the stops. Haven't run the stops yet.
Especially when the unemployment rate for black workers.
There they go. There's the stops. Now we want to see continuation here.
The rate for white workers.
Look at that 55. If that thing doesn't trade, this thing's going.
Unemployment rates for all racial groups have come down a lot and are now much closer to where they were before the pandemic hit. So
see some more offers.
So that's one thing I would say, and that's important. But the bigger point is this: I do not at this time see the two sides of the mandate as in tension. I don't, because you can see that the labor market is out of balance. You can see that there's a labor shortage. There aren't enough people to fill these job openings, and companies can't hire, and wages are moving up at levels that would not over time be consistent with 2% inflation over time. And of course, everyone loves to see wages go up, and it's a great thing, but you want them to go up at a sustainable level, because these wages are to some extent being eaten up by inflation. So what that really means is, to get the kind of labor market we really want to get, we really want to have a labor market that serves all Americans.
I'm watching the 66.50 to 65 level.
Part of the distribution.
For a price to stay above that. Below that, we could probably visit back down at the 60, but I want to see if we can keep holding this.
So that we can have a labor market where people's wages aren't being eaten up by inflation.
Buyers keep stepping up.
We can have a long expansion too. That's the good thing, is you can have, as we've had several of the longest expansions in U.S. history have been in the last 40 years, and that's because it's been a time of low inflation. And long expansions are good for people and good for the labor market. So that's the way I think about it. I think we, our tools work. We have to think in the medium and longer term, and I do think that the best thing for everyone is for us to get back to price stability to support really a sustained period of strong labor market conditions. Thanks very much.
Fed Chair Jay Powell wrapping up his press conference where the Fed raised rates by 50 basis points, the largest hike that we have seen in 22 years.
Okay, we made it. Whew. So we just jumped right below it. I was watching at 66.50 to 65, and we're right at it right now. This is an area where I could see, capitulation from these buyers. They've got really long here. And really their target would be 60, and below 60 it starts to get a little bit thin. I mean, it's pretty thin all the way, but you see the weak spots in the market, right? And so when I'm looking at these profiles like this, when we have these weak spots and we're not visiting them back, another weak spot here, another weak spot here. I mean, you can see these gaps in the structure. And so it just makes sense. There's the 60. And this is where buyers need to step up. And now we peaked above this day's range. We're back inside this day's range. Where's a weak spot? Right at the value area high. So if it comes back down and gets accepted in value, what's that going to tell us? That these buyers are not stepping up. So you here in that weak spot, they're stepping up. That's what we want to see, but they're not getting any continuation at this point. And now you're starting to see that response from sellers that we were talking about in this, you know, bigger, a bit. I mean, it's a gigantic area from like 70 to 4,300, right? But you know, we get a little peak above and come back down. This is where we have to monitor for continuation. That's really the key today. I'm not trying to fade this thing back down. Like I said, I took my trade. I got out at the trade 12, you know, way too fucking early, but I initiated the trade from 70.50. So it was a pretty good trade. But I don't want to get involved in any of this chaos up here. We've got 40 minutes left in the day. Time to short? It could be, man. It could be. It could be a nice fade back down to like the 40. I mean, it's not really too, I mean, 10-point risk. If you're looking for the 40, you're looking for about 20 points lower. You're risking 10 points on the upside. That's a pretty decent go with it, if you ask me. Not a trade that I'm going to take, but not a bad opportunity.
I was just joking because of, you know, I wrote that right after Powell quit.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, and that's actually, you know, pretty, I would say that's actually like a pretty decent strategy, because normally after Powell stops talking, the market starts moving the opposite direction it was moving while he was talking. So I would agree with that.
Technically, Brad, this would meet my criteria right here for a short.
You just said that we were going to go up if we got above 65. Keep changing your mind, Jared.
No, we went up, but I'm saying whenever we went up and it kept ripping up, and then you got a long candle at the top and the other candle reverse, I think we're going to keep going back down. That's what I'm saying. I remember I said before, I was like, if I thought it was going to be earlier, but that candle never closed red. This one did.
Yeah, but like most recently, you just said you think if it gets above 65, it's going to keep ripping up.
And it did.
It didn't. That's the differences of our definitions of ripping, right? Because it went from 65 to like 72. That to me is not.
Hey, 5 points a lot of money.
Yeah, and that's your issue. You keep worrying about fucking dollars, Jared.
I said points.
Stop.
I said points.
You said money.
I said points.
Yeah, but you said it's a lot of money.
Oh.
If you don't stop worrying about dollars, you'll never be successful long term. I'm telling you. You've got to focus solely on your plan and your strategy and execute it the way that you planned it. If you just start focusing on dollars and see today as a day where you can make a lot of money, and if you don't trade, you're not going to make a lot of money, and you feel that you're missing out, that you almost feel like you're losing money because you didn't participate. It's just not. Long-term consistency is the name of my game. And I think going long at 65 was the worst spot to go long at. And, you know,
I didn't take a long.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying like that's not the spot that you want to start initiating longs. Like, so when you're looking, when we're overextended to the upside, which we are overextended, we're one time framing to the upside. Your best odds are not to take this breakout trade when we're trying to break the top of value where we know responsive sellers are going to be. Your best long is waiting for it to come back down to value. Like came back down to that 60, that would have been a pretty decent long. I mean, there's definitely opportunity both ways because of the volatility, but you know, long term, I'm telling you, you've got to just focus on your plan. And if you didn't plan for price to be up here, which I did not, I don't have any plans set up from here. I'm just simply not going to trade. Just watch. Because if we can identify what's happening at the end of the auction, it can give us some tips to how to expect for tomorrow. For me, I mean, I really think this thing is just going to fucking get smacked down at the end of the day. But I'm not gonna bet on it. It's just not a Are you talking 5-minute candles, Jared? That's what you said, 5-minute candles?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wanted to pull up the ES so I could look at what you're looking at. I see what you're looking at. So now it doesn't qualify, right? Because it's finished screen.
No. So it would have to break this high. So 72.25. If it doesn't break that, then I'd probably enter short.
Oh, okay, I see. So if this candle doesn't break the high, or the previous one? Okay, this one
right here.
This is good risk for reward opportunity here. You're at 68, 72. You can put your stop right there. There's good opportunity. If it takes you out, it takes you out for a small loss. If it doesn't take you out, there's opportunity to trade all the way back down to the 40. Oof. So close. Did it get above it? That high right there, 70.
Okay, I'm done.
Oh yeah, by 1 tick, it looks like 73. It went up to.
Good. Took it to right at 87 2 and all the way back down to 86.4. It's gonna come down a lot more though, but
What are you talking
I'm
about?
with Brad. I can't do anymore, man. It's too much gambling.
Yeah, and you got to think about it too. Is like, remember, just as your muscles get tired when you're trading, your brain is getting, and your muscles get tired when you're exercising or working out. Your brain is, just as capable of getting tired, in the same aspect. And so you can, when you overtrade, you run that risk of running out of mental capital, and that can start to give you you could start getting that mirage feeling. You start seeing things that are not really there. I'm going to try the short right here. 73.75 short. Stop is 75.75. If it gets taken out, gets taken out. 2 points. Looking for the 40.
Didn't you say the opposite of all that?
No, I said this is a good risk management opportunity to fade. I'm only risking 2 points for like 30 points. If it hits my stop, then I lose 2 points. That's a. These are good opportunity trades.
My bad. I could have sworn you're saying that you weren't going to trade because it's too risky and we follow volatility and you're done for the day. And
Yeah, I mean, I just lost that one for sure. So there it goes.
you got stopped out.
Yeah, I got stopped out right there. Yeah.
That's all right. That was fun money.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an opportunity, you know, to give it a chance here. I mean, it was so close to that high. I was able to put it on to look for the fade. The market is looking thin up here. And I'm not really seeing as much buying. It just really looks like nobody's selling. You know, and I just wanted to give it a little bit of opportunity or a chance. But here we go, M period. Will we get a spike to end the day again? I hope so, honestly. It's a lot easier to have spike reference. That's a lot of single prints. Oh.
You look at L period, it's like the length of your screen, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just, you've got single prints in L and K that just, I mean, they take you all the way. You gotta zoom this thing all the way down just to see anything.
I don't remember what you said earlier, Brad. I forgot what you said, but it totally reminded me of Tommy Boy when he's like, "Well, you can you can have a butcher sticking up your ass."
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So you can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but you'd much rather take the butcher's word for it.
It sucks that he died, dude.
Oh yeah, he was amazing, dude. He was amazing.
He's like, no, because it's your bull.
Yeah.
Every time I get spoken about car, I'm like, "What'd you do?"
Oh yeah, when he rips the door off.
Yeah.
What'd you do, Richard? That's a great movie. Your head's the one with shell on it.
You like the Yankees?
The breadth is 6 on the New York Stock Exchange and 4-1 on the Nasdaq.
That's back when Saturday Night Live was funny.
Oh yeah.
It's not even funny.
No, it's like what's that?
Elon
What?
Musk was
It's like
normally kind of funny.
cringy. That's what SNL's like sometimes now. They're like, ugh.
Man, the weekend updates with Dennis Miller before he turned into a right-wing fucking Nazi was hilarious.
Did you see that Dave Chappelle got attacked on stage?
Well, was it?
Somebody like ran on stage because he's doing that Netflix is a joke. What do they call it? Like tour, and yeah, somebody ran on stage and fucking tackled him, and he was like fighting with him until the guy jumped up and ran backstage, and then Dave Chappelle's security probably stomped the shit out of him.
Where were they? They weren't fast enough.
Yeah,
Why
for
are
real.
they assholes?
It's probably what will happen too. And then I guess Chris Rock was there too, and Chris Rock came out after the tussle happened because Chappelle finished the show, and he was like, "Was that Will Smith?"
Yeah, Dave Chappelle, dude, and his brother, dude, when they would do that shit where they're playing basketball with Prince's brother, dude. Oh my god, that shit was so funny.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle's a comedic genius, dude. He is just so fun.
When he was playing a white guy, like the news anchor white guy, dude, shit was
Oh,
funny.
yeah, that shit is funny.
My favorite is when he was a black Nazi or a black.
Oh yeah, Clayton Bigsby. Yeah. Yeah, Chris Rock came out and asked him later if that was Will Smith. That's fucking funny. My favorite Dave Chappelle stand-up skit was the Pop Copy one, if you guys remember that one. I love that one. Welcome to Pop Copy. The Pop Copy one. And he's like teaching people how to just be rude to people. Like, he's like,
Dude, that's my favorite.
He's like, they come in and it's their problem? Well, fuck them. That's why.
Yeah, well, fuck them, because that's why. Well, you see, I am the manager.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to speak to your manager. I am the manager. B, what's up? Gosh, this thing is just gas, and there's just no downside in this M period.
That's the best thing, Brad, about saying two things is you're going to be right on one of them. Like, I broke 65, but still ripping up.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, you have to be looking at both sides all the time, and then that's where your timing and your entries is going to come into play. And there's a big, what's that?
Here to enter along up here. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's ripping up, it's like, it's so tempting to just like hop on board, but you're just like, whoa, there's a lot of room for downside.
Right, yeah, those single prints do give me the chills. Oh shit. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I think it's gonna start going down.
Curtis. Hey. What's up? Okay, sounds good. Bye.
I know it'd be a gamble at this point.
You're seeing a pullback here off those highs into volume. I mean, this thing's just trading right through it. Responsive sellers are having, I mean, there's opportunity here for them to show up. It's just that they're not, it doesn't look like any sellers are really moving into the market at all. It just kind of looks like, I mean, there's a little bit here. And every video that we see today on YouTube later is going to say that, you know, we're going to all-time highs from here. And we might. Fuck, I don't know. Nobody really knows. Like, what was his face in Wolf of Wall Street? Not Leo. What's Matthew McConaughey? He's like, nobody fucking knows what's going to happen, least of all stockbrokers. Because there really is no way to know, you know, because of human psychology. And it's like I talk about, and that's why, you know, always compare it to the TVs or the screens, because, you know, if I might see this screen for $4,300 and be like, yeah, that's a deal, I'm taking that, and I'll move up and buy it. But somebody else could be thinking the same thing. Ooh, 4,300, that's overpriced, I'm gonna come sell it. And it's really just a matter of who or how many people decide that this is either a fair price and move up to buy it, or an unfair price and move down to sell it, right? And it really could go either way. And this is, I mean, this is, unless you're able to put a pretty tight stop and manage risk. Like if you got long on the M open, your risk could just be the M low, and then you're not worried about this downside. But let's say you get long here, like where are you putting your stop? Maybe below where this thin volume's at. But even then, it could just rip down into thin volume. Buyers show up. They didn't get a chance to buy here because price moved too fast. They show up. You get stopped out. It keeps going up. And this is just high volatility and, you know, irrational emotion from, I mean, in my opinion, it kind of looks like most of this trading is just retail trading. Volume is weak as fuck. Well, finally picked up 8% more than the previous day in that L period. So there's finally a volume increase. About 300,000 came in there. Well, 300,000 more.
Shit.
Oh. But that A period had almost no volume in it. Bitcoin's starting to go red here as well. Watch this 89. If price comes back up to 89, looks like the sellers are trying to offer it from up here. Oh. Oh. Big offer lift right there on the 90. Volume just keeps coming in higher. All right, Jamie, have fun. At least that's a great song, you know. Magic copyright, a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. And we're way up here. It's crystal clear. We've got 20 minutes left still in Power Hour. What a TLT. TLT.
Ouch. Come on. I get there.
Was hoping he'd sing me out. Wait, today's your lucky day. Back below. Let's see if we can get below this chunk of volume. There's a weak spot here from like 84 to 80. Pretty light volume. Notice how much volume is up here now, right? So we've moved up. Here's about 4,000 volume, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Couple fives and sixes up here. No reason to fade this thing, not yet at least. We tried when the market got a little bit stationary for a second, and it made us pay. Just pay our 2 points of lessons. Getting into that thin spot here. Remember, 84 to 80s. This is a thin spot here. See if buyers step up. If buyers don't step up here, there could be a quick hard move down. Buyers step up. There they are.
So keep watching this 91 level up here. This 91 level is getting a lot of attention, and price needs to stay above it. There it is. I want to keep seeing these initiated buyers keep lifting the offer and moving the price to the upside. Target to the upside at this rate just becomes, the 43.03.50 to that 43.07.50, that old Fed move and this previous high over here. If buyers want to keep it running. There's only 15 minutes left though, so we're getting to that time in about 5 minutes where these weaker handed traders are going to have to start closing their positions because they don't have the margin to carry it over until tomorrow. So the last 15 minutes is not something that I would advise trading. Not that you can't do it, it's just, tends to be a lot more volatile the last 15 minutes, especially on big days like this. But if buyers can't keep holding this thing above the 91, I think, there might be some downside to close the market out. And we'll just have to see where they search for to find the bid. And a lot of times too, you'll see it. We've seen it the past couple of times actually on these big moves where we've had these spikes to the upside or to the downside, either or. A lot of times they hold these positions until Globex, and you see them start to dump positions or keep buying in Globex lately. Remember, thin spot 84 to 80. Careful of that spot. The breadth is 7.4 and 4.5 on the NASDAQ. A lot of red coming in here. Starting to see a little bit of rolling over in XLK, XLV, XLF, XLY, XLP, even in XLC too. A lot of rolling over here. Oil today is up 5%. Even gold flipped positive too on this charge up, which is as well. Normally gold's an inversely correlated market to the stock market, but not right now. Back above the 91. This is where we need to see initiating buyers keep buying it to get up. Oh, what the fuck? There's a previous high at 95. And then 43.03. There it goes. Yeah, the volume for the last 90 minutes has been pretty insane. It'll be interesting to see the market diary today and see if we keep getting this huge increase.
Happy birthday, Uncle Stacy.
Thanks, Brad. It's been
My
a long
dad said
day.
happy birthday too. You been busy today?
Yeah, but I also tried to play earlier, and I ended up playing the wrong places, and so I was down today. So I didn't even get. I didn't even have the money when it got to the end, and then things were just going freaking off the charts to play. But I mean, I'm only down a few 6%, so it's not like it's. And as much as that sounds like a lot, it's $200. So it's not a big deal. But I just was. This morning I was trying to play it, and I was doing a very horrible job of it.
Yeah, today was kind of a tough day. Real.
Well, AMD had a
Oh, yeah.
lot of switchbacks, and so I was trying to follow it. And typically what I do is I get in and I let it get to the point where it's positive, and I just didn't let things go negative enough in order to hold on to it, and that was the problem. And because it was so choppy, I was kind of bouncing around. I was doing the chasing my tail thing, which yeah,
Wait,
I still
AMD's coming up to
work
that
on it.
gap.
Yeah, they freaking killed it today, and my freaking algo would have. This is I so need to get my algo written so that it will just do this trading automatically. So, and then once I can do that, then I can freaking take a step back and just watch it. Once the day is over, I'll see what it would have done. But I'm like 98% certain it would have fucking crushed it.
I'm sure it would have. Yeah. All right, we're finally seeing some absorption up here on the 4300. There's sellers just kind of sitting here trying to absorb. You got some pretty decent size orders, about 500 lots. 500 lots trading on the 00.
Buy bits. Shit.
I'm working on it. It's taken me a year and a half to write it, but I now have something that's workable on paper, and I now need to actually and I need to code it. I'm like 80% of the way there, but that last 20% is what's the complicated part. So I already have all the algo piece, but the coding it and teaching it how to do the trading and then monitor the trading as it's happening to do exactly what it's supposed to be doing, as opposed to just throwing it in there and hoping for the best.
Microsoft's getting close back to our gap as well. I kind of want to short Microsoft from here. I'm up in the gap. Facebook is just on a mission today. Look at this thing, just strong as F. Hey, you looking for the next gem? Here's the best coin, SAPE. If you join us there and start to get to the top together, fasten your seatbelt and grip firmly. Rocket ship. Rocket man.
I wonder if people are going to start shorting that 0350.
Yeah, it's tough. It does look like some absorption here. I'm just wondering if they're gonna do it here or if they're gonna wait to close out their positions until after the market closes. Because they've been doing that a lot lately. We've been having our settle has. I mean, the past couple of weeks, I feel like our settle and last have been at least 5 or 10 points apart from each other. I don't really. I mean, I want to mess with it. I want to try. And I love me a little fade, but that A high looks kind of mechanical too. So we might pop that thing up and then come down. It's just better just to wait. I got my gamble in like we talked about.
This is that thing I was talking about. When you feel like it's gonna do something, just do it in sim.
Yeah,
That way you felt like you did it. You're actually still, but you're not. It's not crazy.
That's actually a good idea. Well, Facebook's getting a bump, but still has a big gap ahead of it. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, am I doing that? What's going on here?
You suck. All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, Kevin, we'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent.
Apple just looks so strong all the time. Such a beast. The 150 level was the ticket. Oh.
Wait till after Q2 earnings. I'm sure it'll be with all of the chip shortages. I'm sure there's going to be a bit of a pullback there.
Yeah, I'm wondering too, especially because they're trying to roll out their own chip. Once Apple partners with Tesla, then it's all over.
Did Apple partner with somebody for a car? Was it Toyota?
Is Ford. They hired like an old Ford car maker or something like that. I saw a meme yesterday that said, now that Apple's making cars, your car eventually will just get slower and slower until you buy a new one.
That's about right.
Oh, that's funny. That's spot on.
3 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of hold price right here, and then as soon as the market closes, we're about 2 minutes away exactly now, you get a move in either direction. I still think the downside is it just looks so spread out.
If I was a betting man, downside would be where I would be putting my money.
Yeah. And honestly, above that 43.07, the next level up is like 43.36. So I mean, if it does keep getting gas and people keep buying it, and you continuously see people not selling, because this really just looks like profit taking up here now that we got a bunch of selling like down here in the probably from like 85 to 90-ish, and prices above that now. So it really just kind of looks like people selling longs, right? Cover or liquidating and taking profit. Just below that 84, I might just try to go with trade 84 after in Globex today. If we get below that 84, I might just try to ride that thing back down. I'll wait till Globex though. All right, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. They're just kind of holding price right here. Elon Musk turns to old financial backers for $44 billion Twitter buyout. So whoever that's a flip-flop. That's not great. There goes the market. Oh, I got to turn on Globex. Whoops. Yeah, the market's gonna move. So
Nothing's really happening. You're not missing anything. Market's just sitting. There it is. Woo! What a day. What a day. Well, hopefully everyone, did some good trades, followed some risk management, and if not, it was able to observe the market and kind of understand. With a closing like this, I do expect us to kind of drift down and find to see, if some of these buyers are still going to be buyers if price goes down later today. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we get just a B profile. We'll have to see on the volume increase. Let me take a look at the, what's it called? Economic calendar. That that M period had 500,000 volume in the NYSE just in that period alone. And you can see the ES 1.5, so a little bit more than yesterday, which is, but not crazy like Monday, right? And that kind of makes me think that, 500,000 more futures traded on Monday. I don't know, so tough. The thing that's really got me thinking is these buy stop triggers down here. There's just so much volume in this day that it makes me think, like, was this really just long-term buying, and then this was that stop taking. And seems if we don't get big retracement, there's there's opportunity for continued upside, especially if we look over here on the daily. We take a look at the daily, you can see if we just look at trend, we had this kind of higher high and we've come off of it. You can see kind of all this space right here. There's really not much going on in this area, right? And we came literally right to that balance high today and kind of stopped going up. But the 50s here, 200 still looks like shit. And you can see volume's not super impressive today. Open interest looks like this thin blue line is open interest. We'll have to see at the end of the day what it looks like, but about even. And market doing a whole lot of nothing. I am going to try this trade in Globex. If we get below this 84 here, I will try that trade in Globex, just so you guys know. That's a spot that I'd like to try to eat through some of these, these very weak points in the structure. And this is kind of, the second time I had weak structure in this area. This day, if you guys remember, this is last week on Thursday, I think. This day was just weak as fuck, but it just ripped up all day. Next day opened up and just got a little smack. And this is what I was talking about this morning, is that this profile here looked a lot like the profile yesterday, and we got that move up. Well, the same thing ended up happening again. What happened the next day? The market got a little bit too long and ended up moving down. Not that it's going to happen again tomorrow, but just something, the market is a very, patterny place. And a lot of times it'll look to, it'll look to kind of repeat itself. Might try the short here and then just hold it through Globex. Might get a gap down Globex. Oh, short or long, friend? Short or long? That is the question. That's the question of life, right? Short or long? That's not what we do here. It's I really can't answer that question for you. I wish I could.
That's the answer to the question, or that's the question that she said. That's what she said. Charlotte?
I mean, for me, I think the structure is weak below. We're at the top of balance, but you know, I don't really like this high either, because this high is almost identical to a previous high at 43.0350, and I think the high of today was 43.03 flat. About 2 ticks above that high is a weak reference. The weak references aren't necessarily as important on when they're with the trend, and this is kind of with the trend to the downside. So I don't know, Wolf. I wish I had the answers for you. If I did, I would give them to you. All right. Well, I think are you in the Discord, Wolf? If you're not, you should definitely join. I think we're gonna end it here. I gotta go pick up some dry cleaning and get a couple things done before the kids get out of school today. I think I have an appointment tomorrow too, so I don't know about the stream tomorrow, how long it will last, because I do have an appointment. I just don't remember what time it was. I'll have to look through my book and find it. Yeah, I'll send you the link. Okay. Here you go. Check it out, man. Yeah, but you know, you guys have a wonderful day. Make sure you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. If you don't have a trade plan, don't trade. Yeah, the invite in the description is expired on purpose. I'm gonna keep leaving it like that, so we don't get a bunch of bots joining the Discord or a bunch of trolls coming in and trying to, you know, smack talk. I'm not really a huge fan of that. But yeah, you guys have a wonderful day. Hopefully we learned something. We'll definitely get to see how the inventory corrects tomorrow, or if it does correct, or you know, if they got long and that was a swing low, right? We had kind of talked about that in the trade view, that if that low were to hold today, that there's a good odds that it becomes a new significant swing low, and we can trade higher. You know, crazy move today in the market. The Nasdaq is up 3.3%. The ES is almost up 3%. You know, the Russell ended up turning green, up almost 3%. The Dow is up almost 2.8%. The VIX got smacked today, 25, back under 30. Still above 20 though, so we still have an elevated VIX, but in comparison to recently, it's not as high as it has been. You can see the VIX here. We had a little trend on the upside, and that got a little smackarooski back down to the downside. Yeah, you guys have a wonderful day, and I will catch you guys all later.